Yeah, that's like a natural stopping type for me too. I have, yeah, I have to. Same thing with me with kids. Unfortunately, if there is like an emergency that I gotta go, but they should be okay. But it would only be for like 5 minutes and then getting them situated and coming back. So. Okay. Yeah, that's perfect with me. I mean, I could, yeah, I mean, I need to like bedtime for the kids and then walk the dog. So, and then I could come back for the open panel if you want, if you guys are still going or something. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. Cool. Thank you. Here we go.
Generally, you said here's what actually happened.
The foundation of all money. I'm really mad that this is happening.
What difference does it
Okay.
Tomato, bringing to you again live another full-on debate. This evening with me, I've got JF, also known as Jean-Francois. I just wanted to say, because it sounded pretty, Jerry Eppy coming in, and for his first time here in Mater Nation, of course, Dr. Greg making his return back to the screen. This evening, they will be debating CRISPR gene editing is unethical. Mr. Gary Eppy, if you'd like to start with your opening statement, please.
Absolutely. I'm happy to be here. For those who don't know me, I'm Jean-Francois Gariepi. I'm a doctor of biology and neuroscience. And after my career in research, I published The Theory of Phenotypic Revolutions, the revolutionary phenotype, which warns us about the dangers of AI. I then did many things in the media. I invented internet blood sports and eventually got taken over and replaced by great intellectuals that have hosted debates like Andrew Wilson that I was seeing in your intro, an amazing guy. So let's talk about AI and CRISPR specifically. And in fact, even CRISPR without AI, because I think that the theory of phenotypic revolution tells us that we are headed at some point, AI will be making these decisions. But I believe that CRISPR is bad no matter if it's operated by AI or by the hubris of humanity. The idea that we could control the evolutionary direction of humanity is hubristic, it's uninformed, it relies on assumptions that medicine knows when it doesn't. And even if it was to know 100 times, 1,000 times more knowledge than we currently have, we would still be absolutely misguided in following the decisions of doctors, the decision of women, the decision of parents. Whoever makes the decision to make genetic changes does not understand what they're doing. We know this for a couple of reasons, but to start with my bigger, broad opposition to CRISPR. My broad opposition to CRISPR is based on the theory of phenotypic revolutions, which is that when life forms start trusting libraries of genes that are outside of them, if you start not trusting your ovaries and your sperm to carry the genetic transmission to your children of a pure genome that comes from you, that has been tested over all of your life, when you start trusting another entity, when you start letting an input come into that genome, you are committing what I call a phenotypic revolution. These phenotypic revolutions are not common in life. The last time that we've got anything like this was 4 billion years ago. Approximately 4 billion years ago, RNA was a life form on planet Earth. It started jungling with the idea of changing its genes. It created DNA accidentally. DNA took over. It started informing how RNA should live its life, what should be its evolutionary direction. And eventually it took over so much that today there is no RNA life forms remaining other than small viruses that are surviving inside of us, the RNA viruses. Those are the only survivors left of the last phenotypic revolution. And my claim is that if humanity starts modifying their genes We will soon be a virus to something else. What will happen to us, to our civilization, will be the exact same thing that happened to the RNA replicators of 4 billion years ago. That is, we will be rejected, we will be farmed, we will be fought by immune systems of the greater creations that we put into existence onto this planet. And yes, it will probably be centralized around AI. Now, that is a big case that happens over tens of thousands of years, and it is the direction that I want humanity to stop from taking. And yet we're putting our foot into it like it's nothing. But there are other reasons why, even in the shorter term, CRISPR is a dangerous proposition. CRISPR fundamentally is the delusion that we can take over the evolutionary direction of humanity and channel it in one direction rather than another, on the assumption that we know that this gene is better than this gene, that we know that this gene is definitely a sickness. But it's not how nature works, and it's not how selection works. And when we abandon the normal forces of selection, what will happen to us is the exact same thing that happened to the creatures that we've been domesticating. But it will be worse because we will self-domesticate. That will be a problem in and of itself. But not only will we self-domesticate, we will do it in detail. We will have a detailed letter by letter DNA editing of humanity that happens. Now, that's why it's worse than what we did to pigs and dogs. However, the way we did it to pigs and dogs already informs us about what is wrong. The vision of humanity in terms of conscious control of our evolutionary direction has been misguiding us and has been misguiding our modification of other life forms constantly. We have created forms that are not sustainable other than by our own care. And we've done so because we obsess about certain features. Look at what we did to the pugs, or to the all sorts of dogs that are like the sausage dogs that have been made incapable to breathe and survive on their own, just because of a narcissistic desire of humanity to be pleased by the shape that we wanted to see. It's exactly what we're going to do to ourselves. And it doesn't matter if we go through the medical route at first. Our medical actions and our medical objectives will have side effects. It will lead to breakings of trade-off that life has figured out, but that we haven't figured out cognitively and that medicine hasn't figured out. If you have a gene that causes a 4% chance of getting schizophrenia, medicine will tell you, let's get rid of it. Now, the problem is nature doesn't process things like this. Nature computes the entirety of the effect of this gene onto the final form of the human being that you see at a bar and you say, yes, I want to get inseminated by this guy. Now, the woman who finds herself in this situation, computing the decision, is this guy funny enough? Is this guy exploratory enough? Is he risk-taking enough? Is he kind of crazy? And do I want to get fucked by him? This woman is computing million more bits of information that medicine would ever be capable of. Because by the mere sight of this guy in a bar who's 20, 25, who looks like clavicular in the way he looks has carried information from the totality of his genome and has put it forward. The shape of his jaw tells the woman he has good genome. Doesn't matter if he made this shape of his jaw artificially by hammering himself or whatever trick. He ended up with the right jaw and he is being selected for it, and the woman wants to have sex with him. Now, that is how life does. CRISPR doesn't work that way. CRISPR gives you the little band-aid fix to life and genomes that nature would reject long term. We've seen it in the way our domesticated animals are now incapable of surviving in the wild. We made them dependent. Now we are about to make ourselves dependent in the exact same way. So a couple of examples of failures of humanity that will play out in CRISPR. The relaxation of purifying selection. So you have modern medicine comes in, it fixes this disease, this disease, this disease, but it doesn't take into account that, oh yeah, the very same gene that would have given you 4% chance of schizophrenia also gives you maybe 40% chance of being a highly creative mind that can survive in a surprising world, that can create, that can become an artist, that perhaps can connect better to other humans. Now, this weighting between, well, this is a gene for schizophrenia versus, well, this is a gene for a couple of things that could be good or could be
30
in other
seconds.
situations. Perfect. The weighting here does not happen when we trust medicine, when we trust humans, and when we trust our own minds. Dysgenic patterns, the minds of females of the modern time are absolutely non-evolutionary survivable. Liberalism has been conquering the female mind, and they end up making decisions like career, university, not making babies. I'll be closing my intro now, but there are much more examples of dysgenic choice. People make poor choice, and they will make poor choice with CRISPR.
Perfect. Thank you so much, JF. Dr. Greg, your opening statement, please.
Okay. So I think the prompt is, the CRISPR is unethical, and I think that is just like a categorical error to just, it's too broad. It's like saying surgery is unethical. Ethics is about the application and not the tool itself. It's like talking about the dangers of a scalpel, where a scalpel is something that can harm people if you're just waving it around, but with precision, with iodine in a surgical manner, it's actually incredibly important, right? So CRISPR, what we're talking about is a tool that was a gene editing tool that was discovered as a bacterial self-defense mechanism, but it's basically kind of like their immune system. And it's since kind of completely been through directed evolution, created something through the David R. Liu lab, something called prime editing, where we are now selectively editing specific parts of the genome so that it doesn't have the off-target effects. It doesn't have the major dangers that are associated with kind of like the wild type CRISPR-Cas9. So I feel like, honestly, even saying like CRISPR is kind of I would say that the tools now are kind of CRISPR based, but they aren't CRISPR in the same way that like the F1 race cars of today are they based on the Model T? I mean, they're still cars, right? But they're completely different, and the engineers are completely making them in a specific way. So it wouldn't really say that the F1 cars of today are designed after the Model T. What we're really talking about today is basically different ways of and you can basically use that tool, right, for that gene editing. You can do it in the somatic genome, which is basically the cells after they've differentiated. So in the skin, in my hair, that kind of stuff, versus my germline. So my germline being in my testes, if I had ovaries, in my eggs, and then there's really therapy and enhancement. So therapy being that we are like deciding and finding, basically diseases that are linked down to a specific diseases linked to a specific gene, changing that those errors in the genome in order to improve the quality of life for that patient. In my opinion, I mean, we are talking about somatic therapy here. We're somatic gene editing for therapeutic reasons. I mean, that's where the technology is, and it's being developed in 2026. We aren't doing anything like for enhancement. We're not doing germline enhancement, which is, I feel like JF was like kind of talking about there. And we've had CRISPR-based therapies, since 2023. But the first one, the real breakthrough case is basically May 2025 with baby KJ. It was a CPS1 deficiency, which is a urea cycle disorder, and basically a 50% mortality in early infancy. But after about it was designed and manufactured specifically for this human in 6 months and delivered by a nanoparticle to the liver. And the baby doesn't have that disease anymore. It's a remarkable achievement. I mean, in order to say and agree with this prompt, you basically have to say that baby KJ, we would be better off if baby KJ still had that disorder. Like, I mean, think about it. Is curing that child unethical? I would say absolutely not, obviously, right? We have the technology, we can do that, we can improve that person's quality of life. We should absolutely do it. So basically there's about 250 different genes, different gene editing clinical trials being tracked, and more than 150 currently active. It's a global thing that everyone is kind of like going towards right now. And this includes like blood disorders, leukemia, cancer, CAR T cell therapies, which is an incredible thing, basically creating a way for your body to naturally, with its own immune system, fight its own cancer cells. Cardiovascular disease, which is incredible. That's the LDL cholesterol, lowering that. Some new clinical trials just came out this week, and it's just incredible breakthroughs in these cases. This isn't like a esoteric in the future. This could be this. I mean, we are literally seeing quality of improvement right now in these people. So that's where in my opinion, I think that's where you really have to look at, and you have to notice and see that, I think that improving the quality of life of these people through genetic tools that we have is definitely ethical. Just quick notes to get us going for the back and forth. I was taking notes during your thing. I would not say that RNA life is a life form in and of itself. It's not considered living. I mean, even RNA viruses aren't considered living. Viruses aren't considered living. I would definitely say that the DNA and the RNA, the nucleotides, even though we probably agree that RNA self-replicated, obviously, in order to, the RNA world hypothesis. I would agree if that was your point, but I still would not consider that living. And kind of what you were talking about in your intro, I would say that a lot of that already does exist. With IVF and sequencing, there are companies right now that basically you in vitro fertilize a swath of eggs, and then they sequence each of these eggs to see kind of like what the chances are of having certain diseases, of certain structures of their genomes. So they're kind of like interpreting like what you could have as your baby, and so that actually doesn't include CRISPR gene editing at all. That is just them, you basically choosing, which of the available fertilized embryos that you could actually implant to have a baby with. So yeah, and I think the gene selection, again, we're looking at diseases right now. I think the ethics of like the enhancement discussion is kind of separate in and of itself. I think that we could have improving people's quality of life through diseases without having to mire into kind of like the ethical enhancement quandary that you were talking about. So that's it. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Dr. Greg. And of course, to the audience, please feel free to head over to either one of their pages and like, subscribe, share, follow, support all around. As a kind reminder as well, we're going to get through the debate. We are going to shorten it this evening to about an hour. Then we will move into closing statements. We will read and respond to your kind super chats. And then, of course, if you have questions or comments to either of the gentlemen, we will open up the panel for you to have your Q&A session per usual, and then we will go into full gauntlet mode. All right, gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you.
All right. I think I have some questions for Dr. Greg. Before, I will just list a couple of opposition to what he said. As far as RNA, was it a life form? Well, to me, I think we should avoid getting into the semantic debate of what is life, but it was a life form to the extent that you admitted it was self-replicating. And so according to the RNA world hypothesis, it was subject to some form of natural selection since it was mutating and self-replicating. So we can leave this aside. I call this life because it's all that matters really to something having living behavior and complexity. It's that it's evolving and it's responding to its own interest. As far as the main point, the somatic gene therapy should be accepted because it doesn't impact natural selection. We can talk about why that's wrong. And I believe that, in fact, even somatic gene modifications, they come with dangers that have not been properly assessed yet. And the mere improvement of someone's life is simply not enough. We've seen so much of this through psychiatry. Right now, a lot of women are being put on Prozac, antipsychotics, antidepressants, and it leads them down a life where they produce less babies. And yet, you'll never get a doctor to say, well, let's stop this medication because it leads you down a life where you're not acting in terms of your own evolutionary interest. In fact, all that doctors care about is the improvement of the feeling. So for a long time, and we've done this with so many other things like Made in Canada, where apparently hundreds of thousands of people are getting killed by doctors at this point who decide eugenically who lives and who dies by offering services and selecting those who are more attracted to those services. Or just think about the arguments that they make in the cases of vaccines, where they say, oh, well, it's okay if someone is hurt by them because so many other people are saved by them. But these counts, this accounting is always very human and very poorly made. But before we get into all these oppositions, I want to have it clearly from Dr. Greg. Leaving aside somatic gene therapy, do you think that it is unethical to modify germline cells intentionally with CRISPR?
Currently, yes.
So then on this, we agree. We agree on a large fragment of what matters here. So, but you say currently, what does that mean for the future? Do you see a future in which it's okay?
Theoretically, on the diseases that we could and shown proclivity and acceptability to making those changes somatically, it'd be interesting to see like the germline, changes over time. I would. So basically, just taking the somatic changes that we already see and then doing them in germline and seeing if that would actually be more efficacious, or I think that would be okay.
So, for example, let's push this because I'm worried about the slippery slope of it. Mm-hmm. Okay, you have a liver disease, it's fixed, and it's fixed in your children. What if you're 60 IQ and we realize that, oh, wow, throughout their lives, 60 IQ people have great problems. And then we get a solution to the 60 IQ, which is CRISPR gene editing of the germline cell. Would you agree with this?
No, IQ isn't something that we should be like looking at germline editing for enhancement. I think it's we don't understand it. We don't have like the knowledge for it. And I think that it's, I wouldn't agree with that.
But my problem is when we look into the future, 1,000 years down the line, I can totally see how being 60 IQ is the last remaining disease. Once you've fixed Parkinson's, you've fixed Alzheimer's, you understand much of it, you understand exactly the genes that you could change to fix being 60 IQ. And in fact, it's categorized as a psychiatric disorder, mental retardation, or other terms. And there is a point in the future at which what you think from the current point of knowledge doesn't matter anymore. Society will drift away from the current state and they will make their own decisions, and they will be guided by the decisions that we've made today. And inevitably, there will be a spill toward what you think is unethical today, but what they will see as a terrible disease that they must fix. And there's no limit to what that disease can be. We've seen it with psychiatry. At this point, there's someone in Canada just this week that got forced imprisoned in a psychiatric hospital. He's just a political thinker with very original ideas, granted, but he's really just politically involved, and he gets arrested because he gets certified by a psychiatrist for being insane. There is no limit as to what future societies will decide is a disease, because we already see it in our world that certain characteristics of the mind are already getting characterized as disease.
Okay. I mean, so I agree that there could be, some ethical problems like 1,000 years in the future, but that's not for me to debate or to think about. I feel like as we have current technologies now that can improve the quality of life here with these people. I think that you have to weigh the here and now and improving those people's quality of life and have those like ethical conversations that are going to be improving. I think the good thing about CRISPR is that it kind of broke into the mainstream, and it's rapid enough. So, I mean, people should know that we had DNA-based editors before CRISPR. This isn't like the first tool that we've had. We've had, TALENs, we had zinc finger nucleases, we had restriction enzymes. There are different ways of changing the DNA around. What really came with CRISPR is the ability to make a lot of these changes more quickly inside of a genome, and that's why these things have been completely like revolutionary for molecular biology as a field. And so in a good way, I've seen in my lifetime, because I started using CRISPR in the lab in 2014. So it was DiCarlo et al. 2013, which is the Saccharomyces cerevisiae paper came out, and I started working with it shortly thereafter. And even in the CRISPR conferences that I've been to, there's been a dramatic change in bioethics. Usually ethics is kind of like at the end on Sunday when everyone's already going home and nobody's ever there. But now you have like ethic discussions everywhere, inside of the main speakers, and people talk about it constantly. So, and on top of that, the Chinese research scientist that was experimenting on those twins was shunned, and the entire scientific community thought that was way too much, way too quick, and that was very dangerous. So even within the field of biology itself, I think that you are actually seeing you're seeing this pushback. You're seeing us as scientists go like, this is an incredible tool. Let's not screw this up. So I don't think that there would ever be this runaway thing that it like takes it away and has like all these runaway checks. Like in my lifetime, I've seen stopgap after stopgap after stopgap.
Well, the path to hell is paved with good intentions, and I think it's very revealing what we've heard from Dr. Greg here at the beginning, where he states, I just care about the current improvement that I see. I don't care down the line 1,000 years. It's for someone else to care about. And I don't believe we should approach it that way. I believe we should understand what the actions of today are causing into the future. Inevitably, we are domesticating humans into approachability to these technologies. Inevitably, the first caveman who used fire made it so that today I use an oven to cook my food. And the CRISPR gene editing or whatever else technique we use, any gene editing that we do today will be preparing the minds of the future into accepting that slippery slope, which you seem to admit we have no control over. I do not trust people of the future to make the right decisions, just like they have demonstrably made the wrong decisions again and again in the domain of domestication, in the domain even of the early gene editing. You were mentioning Dr. He. Is CCR5 modification, first aimed at HIV resistance. Sounds like a noble cause, sounds like good intentions. But then we discover, oh, well, this change has other impacts. CCR5 is involved in other immune systems. It is also increasing the susceptibility to other viruses like West Nile and influenza, and it has developmental and potentially cognitive effect. So my problem is that we have horses that are in a race. The doctors and the bioethicists of today are horses with their little blinders on the side, and they just want to see what they can see. I want to see bigger, and I think we should want to see bigger to plan on how these actions are opening up doors that will not be closable down the line.
I mean, I've dedicated my life to stopping and helping mitigate the harms that humans are having on the environment. It's not that I am not worried about humans in 1,000 years or 10,000 years. I very much feel like through climate change that we are on the road of unmitigated disaster and human extinction if we don't do anything about it. But I mean, that I feel like that is more of a pressing, if you're really worried about that, like join me in the cause of, trying to have humans live reliably, sustainably, and renewably on Earth. So I think that that's going to to be, the deaths of billions of people versus, this other world of, germline enhancement that gets kind of like, I don't know. I don't know what that looks like, but I do know what it looks like without humans respecting the climate, humans respecting the environment, us thinking that we are too good for the environment, not caring about it. And I feel like, human health is tied to environmental health in that way. So again, I think your concern is misplaced if that was your actual goal. And I would say that I do think that banning CRISPR gene editing in humans, I don't think that it would necessarily stop it. I do think that we have to, as scientists and stuff, like realize that there is a proclivity for these things. Like we have a capability of doing it, and we kind of have to have we have to steward these things. So have scientists that are ethical, that are bound by regulations, actually be in the discussion and make the data open, transparent to the public, the publications, not paywalled, so that we can actually like share this information going forward. So I think those are the noble like causes that I would think that we should be talking about.
But the problem is, every time we speak to a doctor, a medical doctor, or even scientist or bioethicist, they never consider the evolutionary implications of what they do. You were asking, for example, about baby KG. They only care about, did baby KG got his life improved? Does he feel better? No one is asking the big question of what happens when we become increasingly medically dependent on basically external entities playing into our genome to even survive. Every time you save a baby KJ, you get him to a longer life in which he will reproduce, in which you will see further suffering into the future. No one is making that computation. How many liver problems did I create by saving baby KG? If baby KG inseminates 15 women and we were stuck with 150 of his children in the next generation, what happens then? What happens is what happens in any sort of medical application, which is everyone you save, ultimately you save them from an act of selection by nature. And you have created more suffering down the line. Every time you pay for a poor person to survive a little more, every time you send money to the third world to save them from malaria or food or whatever needs they have, you've just created more need down the line that will rely on more drainage of your energy or more scientific intervention until the system is unsustainable. So I share here the worries of Dr. Greg on sustainability. The problem is that our scientists are trained to not think properly in terms of sustainability. I want evolutionary sustainability. I want us to have a system that can sustain itself, and it cannot sustain itself if it's constantly creating more dependent, more handicapped people. The solution that nature had is quite simple. If you can look good in a bar, if your entire genome has worked to bring you to 20 years old and ready for insemination, then you pass. And it's a test on your whole genome, all of it at the same time. We are biasing this test. We're cheating. What we're doing with the genome with CRISPR is the equivalent to evolution as cheating is to school exams. We're just fixing the answers while not thinking about the consequences on the natural selection patterns and the direction that we're taking humanity in.
So humans already exist outside of natural selection. I mean, basically humans are, and we want humans to be unnaturally healthy because, I mean, we know that, throughout the millennia, and we know this through anthropological data, that basically there was 50% childhood mortality up until about 100 years ago. So basically 50% of children died before they reached the age of puberty. And now it's down to like 0.4%. So, and that's, from access to antibiotics and vaccines. So in that way, right, access absolutely matters. Like access to these things for these countries globally, like absolutely matters, right? And we know that through antibiotics, and we know these through vaccines already. Basically, and you would see it the same way in these countries in accessing these somatic therapies. So basically, countries without access to these medical interventions, they have higher costs of healthcare, right? Because they have more disease and they have a lower quality of life, and it's going to be a cyclical thing where they have more healthcare costs because they have more disease, and they're just going to go around and around. And so I agree in the fact that we have to, we should be talking about how to increase access to a lot of nations. I don't know. Pharmaceutical companies are the default now, just because they are the entities that can really create these things at the large scale and high quantities, qualities with QC, and able to actually ship a high quality product. But like there are, and I think that it'd be an interesting discussion to talk about, like if they are so important to humanity, like maybe we should nationalize the production of vaccines or antibiotics for people so that we can get these things outside of the profit motive and create them even cheaper and have more access. So I think I'm thinking about Peter Hotez, who did the research in the patent-free open access COVID vaccine. So we should be like bolstering those claims.
Stinky Paradox on the regular chat is saying basically JF is arguing that he himself shouldn't have a genetic legacy because he doesn't look good at a bar in a nightclub. You don't know who I am. I am a super breeder. You have no idea how many babies I have. You could fuck until you're deaf and you wouldn't beat me. Anyways, leaving this on the side, I have a fundamental opposition to what Dr. Greg has said on humans are outside of evolution. No, humans are always in evolution, even if they benefit from certain services of the medical industry of the modern times. When humans make a decision about getting a vaccine, that's a decision. When even they get pressured by the state about taking a vaccine, it's a decision. It has trade-offs. You may die from it, you may have a major disease from it, or it may protect you from a major disease. And all of these decisions are driving civilization into a direction that is absolutely uncontrollable. It's controlled by the mechanisms of economics. It's still evolution at play, though. The people who are too city-loving and modernity-loving, they will get quicker the vaccine. We've seen it in the COVID case. The liberal city dwellers, they get it. They even pressure their friends to get it. Whereas the more rural people, they're more hesitant. The conservative-minded are more rejecting of the vaccine. And all of this is selection happening. And it will be selection happening still, even when we play with our genes at the germline level. But it's a selection that is human mind guided. And having seen what has happened to human guidance in the domain of psychiatry, of modern medicine, of vaccines, of modern impositions and forced consent and misinformation of people, and made the mechanism by which in Canada now we kill people medically, all of this makes me think we will have a very bad evolutionary direction when we're guided by humans, economic interest, females. All of this will go to shit.
We know that, humans and their decisions are easily manipulated, right? We know that the dangers of marketing. We know that through social media algorithms, people can be swayed to do things. And this is the dangers of conspiracy peddling, of anti-science belief, of grifting people that are online, that are lying to people on purpose in order to make money. You see it with the ivermectin people, where they were saying that without any evidence that it was the way to go with SARS-CoV-2. And then magically now they're saying it's the best thing for hantavirus and Ebola. So you got to get your ivermectin box now and take it prophylactically every month. And so, but we know humans are susceptible to these things, right? We know that marketing can be dangerous, and we took action before. And when TV was the main media that everyone consumed, we actually banned ads on TV for toys within that show. So like, for example, a Spider-Man TV show couldn't have Spider-Man toys sold in that same ad slot. But nowadays, like, my kids watch monster trucks or Hot Wheels monster trucks on the Hot Wheels YouTube channel. And it's just like it's a big ad. So I mean, in a way, like, I agree that people can be dissuaded, and they have been swayed, and I would even go as far to agree with the dangers of AI and needing to regulate it, because we see it now, and since 2024, there's been a stark change in how people are viewing medical information because of AI assisted disinformation. Basically, AI is finding people that are susceptible to conspiracies through skepticism, which I would say that all scientists are skeptics. That's not the problem, but people are conspiracy minded, are given a lot of different conspiracies now. So they're given flat earth, they're given anti-vax propaganda, they're given other conspiracies. So, but again, like, this is like them making a choice on what their direction of their child should be, versus like the very real reality of, like, my child has a 50% chance of dying of this disease, or not. And given, a child, the parents are going to say, well, yeah, we should definitely choose the one that has a chance to save my son. So I don't think that they're being manipulated in order to believe that. I think that that's like a very real, I mean, if you wanted to make the biological argument, it's like a very instinctual choice, right, through natural selection to, like, keep your offspring. But so yeah, I think there are dangers.
Well, that's great. We have found a lot of grounds of agreement already. You mentioned embryo choice, and it's happening right now in IVF clinics. It's a very grave trend in my view. You pointed to it as being an early example, and I agree. It's an early example of people already playing with the evolutionary direction of humanity. I believe it has more consequences than we admit. For example, I once made the case that evolutionarily, the fact that we abort so many Down syndrome babies these days is actually leading to more Down syndrome babies in the future. Because in a natural situation, if you had a family that had a genetic likelihood, let's say that's polygenic in nature, let's say the female, the way she generates her eggs, is more likely to generate a Down syndrome baby. This family would have a Down syndrome child and would be forced to care for the child. And it would lead this family to be much more hesitant in the future at having future babies, and it would delay their making of future babies. So effectively, the fact that you had the handicap of having a Down syndrome baby was slowing down your reproduction in a way where natural selection could pressure down these genes and make them less likely to happen. Now that abortion is so easy and the detectability of it is almost 100%, now we have these genes that are side genes. They're not the genes that directly cause Down syndrome, but they're the genes that make a mother more likely to give birth to a Down syndrome child. Now, you may think you have saved some suffering by getting the baby aborted, but the reality is you played with a genetic equilibrium. You played with a force of natural selection, and down the line, you're causing more abortion and more drifting toward, eventually, you could have a much higher percentage of Down syndrome babies. So we have to be careful when we play with embryo selection. Let's not forget what we're doing. We are playing with our mind and our decision making, and we're applying it to an evolutionary engineering equation that we do not understand, that no bioethicist currently active in the world even talks about.
I mean, I would argue that the IVF choice example is an example of, like, how distilling down humans to genetic sequences is a bad problem. The problem that it is like the sequencing. That's the technology, right? That is the problem. And I think the abortion with the trisomy babies is one where, like, as a parent myself, like, I would definitely abort a trisomy baby because it would impair my ability to be a better father for my other kids and have more kids in the future, because more time and resources are going to be necessary for those kids. So I think that like abortion in general, and since most abortions are from parents that have kids and want to have kids in the future, it actually allows people to have more children that they can actually care for in full capacity.
Well, I think you're laying out a very clear position. I acknowledge the clarity in the statement. I appreciate that you're honest about all this, but I'm still unsatisfied that any of these technologies have been properly screened for their long-term dysgenic effect. So basically, you are telling me, yes, I will abort the Down syndrome child, even if it has the evolutionary consequence, because it improves your life, but down the line, down your grandchildren's life, what we have is an accumulation of dysgenic effects into the human genome. And whether it's through traditional medicine or CRISPR gene editing or any other gene editing, we are careless about the dysgeny that we cause. And I want us to start caring. I would like you, Dr. Greg, to start caring about this a little more and think about the natural selection consequences of the individual decisions. And sometimes following your emotions, following your improvement and your local little bubble of knowledge is not the right way to go.
But how? I mean, what's the control group? Like, how do we know that we have diverted too far from where you think natural selection should have gone with humans? Like, and wouldn't we be able to, through gene therapy, like introduce some variability? I mean, I feel like there would be, it's not a homogenization of genomes that happens. I mean, we understand and recognize the importance of hybrid vigor in biology, right? We understand that, like, the importance of genetic diversity. So I don't feel like the future is going to be just like one templated, human genome that everyone comes out of.
It won't be, but it will still be a direction, and that direction will have been human selected or AI selected, which is basically humans doing it through an intermediary. But you ask a very important question: what is the method for concluding stuff evolutionarily? Mostly, it is evolutionary theory, and mostly it is a deep understanding of meiosis. Why did we become humans at all? Why are men funny to charm women? Why do we have comedic abilities? Why did cognition grow? And the answer to all these questions is we are the way we are because of one reason: sex. And if you want a second reason, it's randomness. The difference between bacteria and mooses and elephants is sex. It's only sex. And there could have never been an elephant growing into the evolutionary scheme of bacteria. Why? Because bacteria, they do not reassort their genes randomly. They are stuck with their own mutation. And therefore, if a mutation gives you some good advantage, you'll also be stuck with all these other mutations in your genome that give you bad advantages. So bacteria, they're kind of sealed in how they can evolve. Once sex appeared on planet Earth, it allowed the construction of entities that test themselves at every generation. So unlike the bacteria, you pass a test at every generation in a sexual species. You reassort your genes. It's done in a per random fashion. There is no molecular intervention that select the bouts that are to be reconnected. And if they exist, they are pretty random and they operate on a very stochastic basis. All of this randomness and the act of selection at the moment of breeding and courtship, all of this is why we could grow the brains that we have. And if we give up sexual selection, which is what we're about to do, because once you trust a doctor to decide the genes of your babies, that's not sexual selection. That's institutional selection. Once you do that, you lose all of the advantages of sexual selection, which is what made the difference between a bacteria and a moose. Now, that difference is extremely important because largely we are intelligent, not because our intelligence serves us very much. We are mostly intelligent to get the girl. And the girl is mostly intelligent because she wants to get the guy.
I feel like humans will always maintain like sexual selection. There will always be kind of like a like people going their own way, like figuring out like, I'm going to have kids old school and we're going to keep that, that thing going. I mean, there's like not everyone meets on apps nowadays, even though everyone has smartphones and, that's the maybe a route that people go to, but not everyone is meeting nowadays on apps. And they're not, they're not having sex more because of that, So I think that again, there are humans that can make choices on all these different stopgaps, and I feel like there's gates of choice that happens. I mean, I agree. Like sexual selection is very important. That is obviously like, and it changes by the environment, by birds obviously is like probably the best example with the the courtship dances and stuff like that, but that even changes in a world where it's like sparsely the resources are more sparse. You have gamete choice being more important from the female and making more of that's where those dances come from. But in areas where there's resources that are plentiful, the energy resources needed in order to make that egg is less important. So the sexual selection is more frivolous, I would say. But then bacteria, I feel like you've really minimized bacterial evolution here in your I guess I'm a microbiology PhD, so I guess, but I feel like bacteria is constantly taking up different types of DNA from the environment. There's horizontal gene transfer. I mean, you're right in the fact that it's kind of like an open source program like on GitHub where a bunch of things can be downloaded at the same time and everyone can run the same thing at the same time in a community. And it allows kind of like a more rapid, ability to see what these genes are good and bad for in this environment, which allows them to, antibiotic resistance markers and those kind of things are rapidly screened. So yeah, I would say that like, I mean, genetically, like, we share like what? It's like 70% of our DNA with Aspergillus, so it's like, I would say, I would argue that actually that the evolutionary picture is actually more interesting from your original hypothesis with, RNA to, bacteria. But anyway, I guess that's a really.
I didn't mean to deny that there is horizontal gene transfer in bacteria. I know, but this horizontal gene transfer is fundamentally different than meiosis. Meiosis is a fair split that happens between the male and the female, and that's very important because it lets certain things grow, like peacock tails, like moose heads, and bacteria will not let that grow because the bacteria would be too handicapped for its own survival, and it doesn't need to find a partner. Therefore, it has only one test. The bacteria, it's survival and reproduction, whereas the sexual species has a very different test, which is pleasing the other side. And that is a particularly special evolutionary challenge. You were mentioning about the future, and there will be different branches. Some branch of humanity will reject genetic modifications, or some may have had genetic modifications and they'll go back to natural dating. I presented all of this in my book, The Revolutionary Phenotype. The naturals exist, but the problem is they exist in competition to a life form that is increasingly centralized and increasingly using the genetic tricks discovered elsewhere to introduce in their children. Consider this. If you go through natural dating, how would I get, say, a gene in Sweden, which is, let's say it gives you these beautiful features, blonde hair, blue eye. How do I get it to my line of descent? Well, it might take me 500 years because I might need to make babies until one of them successfully charms a beautiful Swedish woman. Now, that is hard. Imagine with genetic editing, a central company that says, hey, we found the gene to give you that feature. You can get it right away in your next generation. Now we're starting to have a system of competition in which the naturals will get outcompeted because they will be able to know exactly there's one gene out there that would be useful or that I would desire to my descendants, and they get it right away. I get it only in 500 years. That is my problem. It's that there will be short-term gains to be had by those people who take the transhumanist route, and it might lead to the absolute abolition of DNA-based life.
But, before air travel, 200 years ago or something, if you wanted those Swedish genes or something, you're right that you would have to accumulate those mutations, and you would have to have the genetic diversity in order to have those. But, nowadays, in California, I see someone with those traits constantly, and I have more chances in order to make that play for sexual selection. So
they're fake blondes, though.
They are the same. They are the same, right? They would be the same. Phenotypically, they are the same.
They are faking blonde hair.
No. There's tons of Swedish people like that live in California. So it's like, I feel like you have more of a chance to, if that was your thing and that was your proclivity, then you would have more of a chance to do that.
My point is, gene editing will give you even an advantage on this, because you won't even have to date on the California market.
I do think, obviously there are people even like in sperm banks and stuff right now that have, that want to have, a specific person, that they have. Do you think that sperm banks should be able to disclose like the phenotypic traits of the sperm donors?
I'm generally against sperm banks because they destroy the family and they encourage single motherhood. But if the information itself, I think, would be beneficial. In general, you would want to know who you're breeding with. And that is something I would stand by. However, I don't stand by sperm banks just for another reason, which is I don't like single motherhood.
Okay, well, a lot of people, that use sperm banks aren't necessarily single mothers. They're people, but yeah.
If they're in couple, I think it's great. And okay. I think, yes, they should know what kind of genes they are getting into their descendants. I personally would take issue if I had a child that was not my race or something like this, that looks completely different from me.
Mm-hmm. I feel like there was a time when people, monarchs, for example, they had this idea of like dating within prestige, and we're going to create this, I'm choosing, if I'm going to choose, I'm going to choose another monarch, and it created these inherent, like really inbred bloodlines that were accumulating deleterious mutations within them. So even within humans, outside of gene editing, outside of a more homogenous dating pool via airplanes and stuff like that, like we were having problems, don't you think?
Yes, definitely, which is why I'm saying human choice is bad. It's bad, and we shouldn't trust it because we are not good engineers of nature. We are not understanding the full consequences of what we do. We can make a good choice when we do sexual selection, because that has been farmed into humanity for a long time. We've been relying on it, and it's been working good because it's loose enough and it's holistic enough. It's a test of your whole genome. But to have an a la carte, like you go to the restaurant and you choose your genes, that will be an absolute nightmare because we don't have the proper trade-offs and the proper measures of, is this gene having 10,000 different consequences in your life? We merely have the single site medical establishment deciding, oh yeah, it gives you this disease. Doesn't take into account what else it does in your life.
Okay, I think that's not up for that person to make that decision for, right? That's the whole idea with that's why we have human clinical trials. That's how we have the ability for these genes to be tested over time and to make sure that there aren't these unintended consequences. I feel like that is, that's a good question for the FDA or something to make sure that there isn't happening. But
the FDA will fail at doing this kind of thing because you'll never have the FDA capable of telling you down the line, if I recommend this gene to your whole population as being a gene that is good or a gene that is bad, 400 years down the line, you don't have artists anymore in your society. And it's like, what's the relationship? Oh, well, you've been fighting genes that were giving certain cognitions, and there were certain trade-offs that natural selection was taking into account, but that you didn't. The FDA can't tell you this because it doesn't operate on this time scale.
Just an FYI, we've got about 20 more minutes left. So if there are any kind of very key things you want to discuss, now would be the time to probably bring them up.
Personally, I've been exposing most of the things I wanted to discuss, so we could be slowly headed to the Q&A, whatever you guys. Or if Dr.
Fine.
Greg has more lines of exploration, we can go for it.
Yeah, I'm confused, I guess, and I guess I'm confused where human choice is bad on, but then you said like sexual selection is good. I guess like I guess I'm just like trying to baffle those two things. It doesn't really make any sense for me. And I do think that, like, obviously if you want 500 years of data, we have to understand 500 years of biology and experiments in order to understand that. But I think as genetics evolves, as transcriptomics evolves, and like we understand kind of like the second order epigenetic impacts of these genes and what's happening over time, I feel like we're not just going to, our genetic analysis is not going to have a stasis, right? We're going to understand these second order impacts pretty apparently, I would say, because humans are, we want to understand things as this happens, and these things are going to be researched. What you're talking about would probably be interesting. These people are going to be followed the rest of their lives because they want to see what kind of mechanisms do change versus, what we see in animal models, at the mice model, at the human cell tissue culture level. And we can kind of see, like, are we seeing these same things track over the same time period? So I think that, I think that we can cure diseases from genetic problems and have a higher quality of life. And then these 500-year-old problems, like we can look at those there and have either more gene therapies or a different type of solution.
Well, that's the problem. There is such a thing as evolutionary dead ends, and in fact, evolutionary dead ends is what happens to most species. They get stuck into a specific ecological niche exploitation, but it's just a little too specific, and the world is just not ready to give them enough energy to survive past a certain stage of their evolution. And that's why 99% of everything out there ends up dying without leaving descent of any kind. Now, that's the problem. We are taking humanity into a dead end, and we are not trusting randomness and the natural diversity of life, which is the only thing we have. It's the only thing that brought us there. Now, you were asking, yes, it seems confusing, the difference between choice is bad when it's doctors and people making conscious choice, but it's good in a bar when a female decides to reproduce with a male. The thing is, yes, it seems oppositional, but it's not really. The fact is that female choice and male choice in partner domain has been evolving for so long, whereas our cognitive capabilities are a recent addition in the grand scheme of life. It's a very recent thing to have cultural influence that will lead, for example, so many women these days to be driven toward the work market. I mean, it's been happening in the last 100 years that this whole concept happens, where you take young women and you take their whole fertile year, you send them into a non-reproductive lifestyle where they will pursue corporate success. That's because there is such a thing as baiting by novel environments. A novel bait in a lake will catch more fish because the fish haven't pre-evolved toward that bait. They have evolved to ignore maybe the old bait, but not the new one. And the same thing is true of cognitive temptation. Everything that guides people consciously and through recommendations and institutions is all extremely modern and hasn't passed the test of time. It hasn't passed the test of evolution. And that's why a lot of people are ending in those dead-end directions.
Okay. Okay, I mean, you've brought this up a couple times, so I was not going to mention it, but I mean, obviously, I think that giving women the choice in order not to be human incubators for their entire life and die a majority of the time through childbirth is a good thing, because we are increasing the ability for them to contribute to society and to make things productively, knowledge, lots of different things, expanding the size of the economy, but also the types of technology that is created through research and stuff like that. So, I mean, my wife is getting her DNP next year, and I have a PhD, and we have 4 kids. So I don't think that this is like you don't. I had to hit exponential growth. You know what I mean? So the idea. So my point though is that giving people that choice of like figuring out how they want their life to be in the future, I think that's yes, women aren't confined to second-class citizens in our society anymore, and I feel like that is a good thing, not a bad thing. And again, like I feel like you're like minimizing like randomness, the randomness through it's evolution through those random mutations that happen through DNA machine copying errors, but then also the natural selection it's both, and I feel like they're both mechanisms. I mean, you're talking about the natural selection really heavily, but I feel like they're both of them at the same time. Does that make sense?
No, it's very important. Yes, evolution relies on the interplay between mutations, random, and natural selection. But in sexual species, there's another source of random, which is the randomness of the reassortment that happens in crossover and meiosis. So yes, very important, but precisely it's this randomness that we're abandoning, because if you follow a random pattern in your mutations and selection, but then you trust a computer or a doctor to tell you, well, when that flip happens, when you have an A at this part of your DNA, we're going to change it to a T or a C or a G. That is a fight against randomness, and it's a fight against what made us what we are. It's a fight against the natural driver and engine of evolution.
I mean, I don't know. I think that's just kind of the inevitability as humans evolved with like our technology to, like I said, like with the monarch example, and I feel like as soon as humans went global, with boats, with airplanes, that this type of it just changed. It just changed the whole game. And obviously, we don't have like another world where we don't have those things, and we have the ability to kind of like see it separately. But change like. I don't know. I mean, given the opportunity of changing that mutation in your baby, or 500 years down the line, harming your a population, a subpopulation of humans, I mean that's so ephemeral, man. I don't feel like that's like a really like that's not a one-to-one. I don't feel like the one thing goes to the other. But I do agree in the fact that we don't think our human activity doesn't think about long-term consequences. Like, right, we can't think. And I talk to people all the time about what a billion years of prokaryotic evolution is when your lifespan and your doubling time as a bacteria is 1 hour. It's unfathomable, right? We're talking about numbers that people can't even grasp, right? So I do think that you're right in that people can't think of downstream processes enough, and I think that climate change is a great example of that, right? Where we're not really thinking about the downstream consequences of our actions, and that's a bad thing. But I still think improving quality of life in today. Like for example, we can have AC and we can make the electricity renewable and sustainable. And then in the same guise that that long stream CO2 impact is going to be deleterious. But on the other side, we would have the that mutation, the medicine improving quality of life without necessarily the CO2 ppm accumulation that we would see in the climate change example. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. On my side, perhaps I could do a concluding statement and summary of what we've heard tonight, and maybe Dr. Greg could finish then.
Roger.
So I think what we've seen from Dr. Greg is quite striking. There is a lot of good things, and he's a good thinker and a straight thinker, and he expresses himself very clearly. However, there are flaws that we have seen glaring in his discourse, which I see is a big problem of modern medicine and of bioethicists right now. They are completely blind. They will pay lip service for what happened down the line in 400 or 500 years, but they will ultimately tell you not to care about, or that it's too far, or that we can't think about it, or that they don't have the brain to think about it. I absolutely claim the contrary. And I've already demonstrated in my book, The Revolutionary Phenotype, how we can see what's about to happen. What's about to happen is a centralization of decision-making on our evolutionary direction. This centralization has already happened in life. Happened 4 billion years ago to RNA, and RNA got completely owned by it. RNA barely survived, and what has survived, Dr. Greg tonight doesn't even call it life. It's so small that he doesn't call it life. It's a replicator. It survived as a virus, and we kicked it out of our organism. The same thing will happen to humans if we centralize our genetic direction. You cannot leave evolution to something that is non-random and that is engineering in nature. Evolution only relies on natural selection, and when it's not random, it goes the wrong way. We've seen it in domestication. We should not self-domesticate. We should not do to ourselves what we did to the pig and the chicken, because the farmer is still there to care for the dependents of the pig and the chicken. So they will keep going as long as there are farmers to care for them. But when you self-domesticate into nothingness, then you reduce your humanity, you reduce the entirety of what made you human, from your cognition to your capacity to charm, and you fundamentally give up your engagement in a sexual species to trust a computer, an institution, or a doctor. We should never trust such thing. The biggest wealth of humanity is our sexual state, and it is the randomness that is associated with its reassortment. It's the tool that made us and that maintains us the way we are. If you want a proof that evolution does not keep something in existence that doesn't serve a purpose, just look at these moles that have lost their eyes. You don't even need your eyes if you live in tunnels. And the fact is, you don't even need sexual reproduction if you have a computer that tells you what to be and what your children should be. We should never let that happen.
And that was your closing, right, Gary?
Yes.
Okay. We went a little backwards, but that's okay. You guys have this has been such a great conversation. I have nothing to complain about, actually. Dr. Greg, if you'd like to provide your closing statement, please.
Yeah. Thank you for having me. I guess I would say I'm inherently, as a scientist, very skeptical, right? I think that scientists are skeptical, and I would say never trust scientists. I would say the science as a whole. I think that process is worthy of trust. Like we should have stopgaps, we should have discussions, and the holes that we're being talked about. I mean, these are brand new ways of dealing with these problems that we don't have definitive answers for, and science never has definitive answers about everything, right? We always have to do more science, do more research, do more understanding of bedrock principles of basically things that are happening in the world, and that's how we build on that knowledge. And I guess I think that JF's, excuse me, that argument that he keeps making is kind of like, I think that you could actually expand it to really anything. It's kind of like the dangers of, what is happening now because we have people that are alive today because of, vaccines or antibiotics, or what are the second order epigenetic impacts of acetaminophen usage or ibuprofen or, anything, or, these people that are alive with, pollen, allergies, I think that if we were that reductionary and, we just kind of like let it rip, I think that the whole world would be a lot different, and I think that as humans, we do have the power, in order to be unnaturally healthy. Like I said before, we are living in a world where, women aren't dying from childbirth at the rates that they used to. We're living in a world that, 50% of kids aren't dying and when they used to. And that's a good thing, having those people be here and those, women not, being able to make those choices, I think is fundamentally a good thing for society for now and into the future. So these secondary and tertiary impacts, I'm not saying that they aren't important, but we should study them, right? And we should better understand things, but we should improve people's quality of life that we can, definitively improve their quality of life, for going forward.
Perfect. Thank you so much. If you are interested in joining for open panel Q&A, I've been dropping the link into the live chat right now. You're welcome to come head on backstage and we'll bring you guys up in just a second so that you can ask your questions. I was, Gary Epi, you said we are becoming engineers of nature. And I thought that was a pretty interesting kind of almost like a title, right? Of being human, like we are engineering nature to make it the way we want it. And to some degree, I think we've kind of been doing that already, as Dr. Greg pointed out, we've been advancing in medical technology and hopefully improving the quality of life for people overall. But there are the offsets and we're kind of backing things down in a sense to other directions where we have, what's the word, like downfalls, right? But in that instance, where are we drawing the line between being an engineer of nature to actually kind of self-destructive of our own nature? Do you know where that line is, or do you have a hard marker for that line between medical advancement to now we're just messing things up?
Absolutely. And it's the result of the theory of phenotypic revolutions, which is that the engineer species, they can change their whole world and it's okay as long as they survive, and they will pass the test of existence as they live in their agriculture, their technology, their cities. And some people get punished by it. Let's say someone gets in the city, is spammed by anti-natalist propaganda. She doesn't reproduce. So that gets rid. That's still evolution in play. There is actually just one ultimate limit, which is when you start engineering yourself, because then you break the cycle of natural evolution. Then you start catching yourself into unlivable dead ends. And then you start making the decisions that crystallize and paralyze your species into something that it should not have been and that the world is not ready to host. So the ultimate limit is do not engineer yourself. That is the first law of the revolutionary phenotype.
All right, fair enough.
I guess I would disagree. I guess I would disagree in the fact that human health is tied to environmental health. So for example, if these people that have these allergens are fundamentally changed because of the expansion of certain types of plants, or you could see it in the permafrost example of, the melting of the permafrost, allowing the expansion and unthawing of pathogens and viruses that could lead to, huge expansions of viral populations. I mean, our health is tied to that. So I agree with you. And I actually make this comment all the time that humans are, we are engineers of our environment. It's the same way that a beaver family is, right? A beaver family is going to fundamentally change that biome, that river biome. So it's not unique to humans, but I would say that the engineering of nature has come first, and we also have done this for over 10,000 years, and that's fundamentally changed what types and how many humans are here on Earth.
Yes, I mean, we do lots of engineering that ends up affecting us, but it's still phenotypic engineering. When I say do not engineer yourself, I'm talking to DNA actually. So do not engineer your genome, because then you break the cycle of life that maintains you into existence. But I don't disagree with evolutionary engineering. Of course, we're in it. We all live among cow farmers, agriculture. All of this was already engineering that was impacting our bodies.
Okay. And Dr. Greg, you mentioned of not worrying about, 500 years from now, further down the line, in terms of the ethics of gene editing. Like it wasn't.
No,
Did I get it wrong?
No, we should care. Like, it's just that there should be, and there are going to be stopgap measures between here and 500 years from now. So in the same way that I care about, the existence of the human species going forward on, have a livable planet, in the same way that, bioethics, I think there's going to be stopgaps continually as we debate this. Like for example, there isn't any ban on human gene editing in the United States. Basically the idea is that we test each of these markers and each of these diseases and each of these mutations individually going forward. So it's going to be a debate now, debate in the future. It's going to be an ongoing debate, and there's never going to be a all right, this is it. We're green light forever kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. So do you think, though, if we establish kind of our foundations or on where we draw those lines or the ethics beyond it, do you think that would create the foundation for future debates or for future conversation surrounding even more advancement in technology and even gene editing to even a higher degree?
I don't think that it's a slippery slope kind of thing. I think that it could be bad. It could be good. And like I said, I mean, everyone in the molecular biology field understands that, this is a huge chance in order to actually improve, have a gene therapy medicine that would, radically change a lot of people's lives. So I think that there is a lot of focus on kind of getting this right, kind of the science communication aspect of it, the bioethics of it specifically.
Okay, fair enough. And for the supers, objective ethics came in with a big 20, says, take care of the planet, be kind to others, and be good to yourself. Science is our best path to accomplish all of these goals. I think that's pretty simple in and of itself. And of course, Texas Bully Mom says, congrats on the 15K twice.
Dude,
we had
that's
to
big.
celebrate at 2.0. Thank you so much. We went up, we went down, and we're getting back up again. All right, gentlemen, I've got a panel full of a few gentlemen here to ask some questions. I'll get them up right now.
What body? Hey, what's up, man? Hey, Sig.
All right, and let's see. I've got Dr. Greg, JF, Jerry. I'll put you guys both in the middle. Everyone else, go ahead and mute yourselves except for Greg, JF, and myself. We're gonna go one at a time around Robin. Ask questions respectfully or make comments either way. And actually, JF, I'm disappointed because you introed yourself at the very beginning as I was the start of Bloodsport. And of course, this conversation is very specific and very higher level. So I didn't expect much Bloodsport out of it, but a little more out of you would have been great. Maybe our panel could bring it out of you a little bit. But Bandit, you were the first one that hit that link, and welcome back, my friend. It's nice to see you back on on panel. Do you
Hey,
have
it's been a while.
Yeah. Do you have a question for either JF or Dr. Greg? Or comment to?
If you can give me 1 minute just to go a little deep on this. I'm looking at the ethical side. Okay, so I have a dog.
What's up,
her
Liz
name
and
is
Nate?
Phoebe.
How's it going, guys? Oh my
She's a
gosh,
little
it's so
Shih Tzu.
cool.
So
Love you
say
guys.
I have CRISPR and I merge a little bit of fibers into me. Okay, what percentage of the dog makes it so that I'm not a human anymore? And the reason why I bring this up is because it gets a little dicey when you start splicing different genomes of different animals for humans. Like I know they do like octopus for translucency and changing colors and stuff like that. So morally and ethically, what makes me a person and what percentage of me that makes me human where someone could take my rights away? Because it gets a little dicey if, you know, I'm now 2% dog and now am I human? Do I have human rights? Because technically I'm not human anymore. I'm like human, you know, human minus or whatever you want to call that group of people, human X or whatever. So do I even have rights at this point? Can I be a slave now because now I don't have human rights? That's my gist of my argument.
Those are interesting questions. The answer is it's mostly semantic, your conception of what a human is, and perhaps you'll be mistreated, or perhaps you'll be augmented by this genetic modification, and perhaps the future of planet Earth is 2% dog, 98% humans. The same way, when we emerged from chimpanzees, we were effectively a genetic disorder at first, humanity. Humanity is a misinterpretation of the chimpanzee chromosome 2, and it was reverted and added to in the wrong sense, and it led to probably something that looked extremely ugly at first for chimpanzees, but that eventually gave birth to all of humanity. So the answer is humans is a semantic concept. You would be a creature of some sort with some DNA, just like everyone here on Earth.
Okay, I see that, but I'm looking for like, right, so like, don't take the dog percentage. Why don't we do intellect? So say the average IQ is 100. What happens if I could take a pill and now I have the average IQ is 150, but now this certain group of people can't afford that drug, and now they have to stay at 100 IQ, while everybody else that can afford it is now 150 IQ. They're going to go leaps and bounds over me and my genetic lineage. Like I basically, at that point, my genes are basically toast because I can't compete with someone that's 50% smarter than me.
I don't know that you can't. I would say what you're suggesting is similar to makeup. And there are women who have enough money to pay for a lot of makeup, and they will deceive you to think that they're young with that makeup. But it doesn't change the fact that your high school sweetheart is still the sexiest thing you can think about. So there's the winner at the bottom, sometimes an effect in evolution.
Did you have a follow-up to that, Bandit?
Yeah, I agree. I'm just probing questions at this point because my whole thing is I have no problem with CRISPR trying to make people like drugs better, making tuned drugs that can help people fight different diseases. I understand all the positive end. My concern is once government gets involved, what are they going to do with it? That's what terrifies me.
It's going to be horrible. Absolutely.
Because if they have a way to make it so that you lose your rights because you're now, you know, subhuman. I mean, by definition, subhuman, because you're not full human anymore, and they can delineate what that is. You lose all your rights.
In the
phenotype,
the naturals eventually lose all their rights because they're considered to be making bad genetic decisions for their children.
Well, this is my big argument that I was saying, that it seems like the war is on sequencing and the rights to your DNA rather than CRISPR gene editing specifically, because again, like, the ability for healthcare insurance companies to access your DNA to know that you have a proclivity for cancer, and your health insurance costs are going to be higher because of that. We see that right now without CRISPR gene editing somatically. So it's like, I think that it's kind of the wrong focus. And the idea of, I would be against like somatic or germline thing on IQ, like specifically. I think, like for example, I think my like ability to kind of, as a scientist, like I've dabbled in a lot of different sciences, backgrounds, plants, microbes, molecular biology, genetics, nanotechnology, and I don't have like this 99 percentile expertise on like molecular biology, specifically. I have like a 90th percentile. So it's like, basically the ability to kind of bring these different ideas together, non-ideal, right? It creates an ability for me to synthesize different ideas differently. A new approach now is available because I have a different background. I have a different, diversity of thought. So like, I think that kind of like pushing down on and drilling down on IQ kind of loses the plot. Like we have a diversity of experiences as humans. Our backgrounds are diverse, and we are better because of that.
All right. We lost Bandit, I think his tech went out, but I'll go ahead and move on to Clay. Clay, if you wanted to ask your question or comment to either of the gentlemen.
Sure. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for hosting. Thank you, Dr. Greg and JF for coming on as well. I know that Dr. Greg, you're going to have the harder position, obviously, presenting the positive claim. It is what it is. So I'm going to have to come after you on that one. I'm not going to have much for JF. I was trying to come up with something. I do have something. I guess my first question for you is, in your view of sequencing, you've brought out that there are these characteristics, essentially, that when we look at it from, I guess, a health standpoint, that these are seen as either, whether it's disease or allergies or things like that, that they're weaknesses. Now, those among us who are weak, in my view, ethically, we care for them more because they are weak. We don't just simply try to remove their weaknesses. We recognize their weaknesses and assist them throughout their life. So ethically, trying to remove their weaknesses completely, entirely, doesn't sit well with me. And I'm wondering how you sit with that when ethically you see somebody with weakness and you say, oh, we got to get rid of that. Now, I'm not talking about medical problems, health problems. I'm talking about things that you see as weaknesses.
Yeah, I mean, things that I see as weaknesses are basically different changes in the genome that confer a protein difference that creates a misfolding, a protein interaction that then causes a deficiency that then causes a disease. So it's not about like a subjective, like weak or not. It's like a mechanistic understanding of like, this is a gene. This is the part that binds here. These are kind of like the protein fingers, if you will. And this finger binds here. And without this finger, you can't make that connection. So therefore, if we change that gene to have that finger, then you have that clasping of the protein, and then now you've restored this. I mean, I don't think that a parent of a child with a disease that causes 50% child mortality, or a child with childhood leukemia, is like, oh man, I have a genetically diverse child. This is an amazing thing. And in reality, it's kind of like, no, this is, I want my child not to have that disease.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because that was really to the heart of the question. When you mentioned like children, when parents see these defects developing within the womb, they already know that this child is going to have a defect. Now, looking at that from the standard of, that is something undesirable, right? That's where I'm kind of coming from on that, because when you look at it like that, what you're telling me at that point is that that child is going to be weak at that point. And at that point, I say, well, then you should do that much more to care for it. That would be a strength.
I mean, I think that you could say that. I think you could. The problem with your argument is that you could have it for anything. You could have it for any medical intervention, and therefore, like, why do we even do practice medicine? Why don't we, instead of school, have each of the kids push, with 100-pound backpacks up, a mountaintop for all their years, so that we have the strongest children. Like, I
love this.
So like we don't do that. Exactly. And by the way, I actually, for each of my kids, like, we did the genetic screening, to make sure that we didn't have, like, something that's, or because there's kids that have, like, their intestines that are growing outside of their body or something, like, they're not compatible with life, genetic changes. But we didn't even do like a gender, like, reveal thing. Like, I am more on the side of just, like, let's roll the dice, and whoever, comes out, I'm happy with. So that's who I think, trying to control your offspring like this is kind of like, it's just a bad omen for parenting, actually, because you're not going to be able to control your child. Just like, in the idea that you're going to be able to control its genes is kind of like this hover parenting, hyper fixation on, their future, and you're not going to be able to have that as a parent. I wouldn't say that it's a good thing to have it over their genes either, and you kind of actually see this already with the cloning of pets. So basically, people can clone their pets into another pet, and you have this crazy realization when their pet, that their beloved, Fido or whatever, like, actually it's cloned into another animal, Fifi, and then now they get into some spat or something, and Fifi, like, bites them. Or, like, Fifi actually barks and Fido never barked before. How dare they do that? So it's like, it's bigger. The human experience is bigger than genes sometimes.
I think you called a dog.
There it is. There's my dogs.
I heard that.
So, and then that's perfect. Like, so I think you're kind of seeing where I'm coming from on the ethical standpoint. There would be some boundaries, hopefully. And again, I told you, you do have the harder position, and that's why I'm trying not to make it adversarial or, like I'm attacking you or something, but I'm attacking the argument, specifically the ethical reasoning. Okay. And so, when it comes to that, maybe I can move on to the question for both of you. So I do have something for both of you. You both seem to be evolutionists. I'm not an evolutionist. So in your purview of your belief in evolution, at what point in evolution, or this, down the hill go, we're here now, all of a sudden, after 10,000 years or 1,000,000 years or 1,000,000,000 years, human beings sit here and say, in the idea of genetics, now we got it. Now we can do the modifications. Now we can cut off parts, or not cut off parts in that case, if it was UJF, or because really, if we're going to stay with CRISPR and the gene editing, we're talking about cutting off and replacing, right? So if we're going to do that, then at what point in evolution do human beings have the ability to sit back and say, yeah, we got this now?
My point is, we never do, and we should never. There's no point at which you want to do this.
Yeah, I would say that you would never. You're always going to combat new diseases, new mutations, and you're kind of better understand, like, deleterious mutations that make diseases. And as we understand more and more about genetics, we're going to understand more and more about therapy options. So I think that you would never stop wanting to understand what's happening inside of the genome, right? Genetics, like, wouldn't be like that. But I just need to piece for like 2 minutes, and then I'll be right back. Okay. My kids, family stuff.
Yeah, take your time. Don't worry about it.
Very good.
Clay, settled or?
Yeah, I'll close it out with this. No, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate that Dr. Greg doesn't see it as animosity towards him personally. but particularly with evolution and the idea that you can splice in some genes. That idea, I see it as a modern day supremacy, essentially. That I appreciate you, JF, for coming up. I see your arguments. It's very difficult to come up with something for you because I agree pretty much with everything that you're saying. So thank you.
Absolutely. Now, I would tell you that you say you're not an evolutionist. I would challenge you. I would say you're an evolutionist who doesn't know.
No.
I'm sure you live your life in an evolutionary way. You just don't say it. And
Nope.
Christianity is a lot about transmitting evolutionary knowledge without people noticing.
Yeah, I'm not a knowledge is fact guy. So there's a problem with your argument.
I don't think
But I
there is,
appreciate it.
but I will keep living with my conviction that you
I'll
are.
tell you what too, and here's the thing, right? So I'm up here on Sarah's panel a lot. So if you come through often at all, you'll get to know who I am and get to know that I'm very combative about my beliefs. It's just the way I am. But I appreciate it. Yeah, no, you put up a good defense of your position, so I appreciate that. And Dr. Greg did a good job too. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Clay. And I'll open it up to you. Did you have a thought? Is Greg on your list of questioning, or do you have something for Gary Epi?
I just had a statement, and if Greg can hear it, great. If not, c'est la vie. I just wanted to thank them both for coming here to bring this topic up, because I do think it is an important topic. Pragmatically, I accept that CRISPR's here. It's technology we have. It's not going away. But I'm very grateful for people like JF who are getting up there and putting the ethical guardrails on the process so that hopefully we avoid those darker paths that we've historically seen in fields like this. So I guess I'm kind of in the middle of the road, but I really am glad you brought this conversation here. Thank you. Also, I'm hoping maybe we can dive into some of the ethics surrounding non-human applications of CRISPR.
Oh, yeah, that's a good thought process. All right,
I was thinking about that too in regards to this.
Fair enough. All right, maybe if the chat wants to do the gauntlet mode and they get us there, maybe we can kind of dive into that. But they know what they need to do.
Can I say something? You guys need to do that. Ben's here, right, Balderson, and I know he's gonna be deep in this conversation. You guys need to open the gauntlet.
Between you and Ben, this is going to be wild.
Yeah.
Yes, fair enough. For the win, welcome back, sir. Did you have a question or comment for either of the gentlemen up here?
I do, Sarah. Thanks for having me on. I can't remember which one of you gentlemen brought it up, but you guys were talking about royal bloodlines and then having royal bloodlines with breeding within themselves and such like that. And I'm not too familiar with the CRISPR topic, but I was just kind of doing some quick digging here. And it was just saying, like, for CRISPR-based treatment, Casgevy has reported a U.S. list price of about $2.2 million for a one-time treatment for sickle cell disease. Another gene therapy for similar conditions, Lyfgenia, launched around $3.1 million. This is obviously new technology to us in this day and age. And I kind of like want to think of this as like Wi-Fi. Like when I was growing up, the wireless Wi-Fi we had in our house absolutely sucked ass. Now it's a lot better and everything. So what do you gentlemen think about this type of technology? Is it completely foolproof if someone goes for this type of treatment? And how do you see it like spanning out in the next 5, 10, 50 years? As well as the cost basis of this. Is this something that will be available to the general public ultimately? Or is this something that's going to be held to the folks that can afford it, like these royal bloodlines, like I first brought up?
It will grow in availability and lower in price, I suspect. As far as the dangers, it will always be there because we're talking about literal genome scissors that we send in your body, sometimes with viruses to get into your cells, and we get them to cut and plug. And evolution tells us that cutting and plugging genomes is a high-risk game. Now, I'm sure it will have certain bounds and certain limits and lots of research to keep it from going wrong, but it will certainly always have a possibility to go wrong, and it will go wrong in many cases.
Yeah. Okay.
Dr.
So
Greg?
okay.
I was
So
gonna say you're shaking your head now.
okay. So prime editing. Okay. So this is the work of David R. Liu out of Harvard. I mean, he's like my favorite scientist in the world right now. I'd recommend everyone to follow him. He is. Bye. I think it's the question of how many Nobel Prizes this guy gets. It's absolutely incredible, his work. But basically, the advantage of prime editing is that it doesn't use templated DNA in order to make these things. So it's not plugging a new sequence into the genome. It's using specific, edits, and it's not doing the scissors. That's native Cas9, and that is not what we use inside of the human body. It's creating changes from like A to G. Just think about like doing a in Word or something, like just changing a word as opposed to copy and pasting an entire paragraph. It's very specific, very precise, and they do off-target sequencing already. So they can basically, outside of the cell, it's called in vitro, kind of test it and make sure that there aren't any adversarious changes that are being made. And then they sequence the cell before and after the prime editing to know that there aren't anything done. And it's in the papers, like they show the sequencing. It's well known. It's well studied. This is why it was so dangerous. The Chinese scientists that did the gene editing in those twins, because they didn't have those safeguards in play. But again, in my example, I mean, we're talking Model T to 2026 F1 car right now. I mean, we're talking crazy advancements in biochemical engineering in order to get prime editing in David R. Liu's lab going. And the question is exactly right. And the big question right now is access. So right now you have diseases that are from mutations inside of your genome. So the first cases that they're trying to change are like one base pair, or like where they're really close together, where they can just change a couple of edits, and that confers the disease. But like maybe there's multiple copies of that gene inside of your genome. There's multiple loci, right? There's different places or combinations of those different mutations, and basically that requires a personalized medicine to be created for every single person, for every single disease. And again, that's extremely costly. That you have to basically go from cell tissue culture to creation of transgenic mice that have that specific sequence to the therapy for every single person, for every single mutation. And this is, again, David R. Liu. I think this is going to be the Nobel Prize winner personally. Basically, it doesn't matter about the sequence of your specific mutation. He created the prime editing tool in order to fix the problem, no matter what your personal genetic mutation is. So it's absolutely incredible. It came out December 2025, and basically the idea is, like, with one medication we could potentially cure 100 diseases as opposed to one medicine for one person. It's a huge breakthrough that just came out.
So JF, you're pretty confident in just saying if you start monkeying with things, we're going to have problems. Dr. Greg, you're saying things like the other side of the spectrum, the glass is half full. This is the way it's going to go. This is what we need to be able to do. In my personal experience, my father, he took the Pfizer vaccine and he's completely effed up from it. They say it's Parkinson's. It's not Parkinson's. This is new technology that they claimed it to prevent against COVID. And now he has a whole host of other problems. His spike protein count is completely off the charts. I mean, hundreds of times more than anyone should ever have in their body. So what's interesting about it is that when I looked up his lot number, and then that corresponds to symptoms that specific lot got, the number one thing that shows up is product storage error. And I'm like, wait a minute, that's not a symptom. So why is that the first thing that shows up? And to me, if that's the first thing that shows up, I have more questions about the technology than anything.
Absolutely. Very important point you raise. And it leads me to mention something I wanted to talk about tonight. We didn't really quite do it. we have the problem that modern science and the I fucking love science dude bros, they are so enthusiastic, but they will systematically tell you to commit to a line of action without knowing. And they will tell you that, well, we'll know down the line. 100 years from now, we will know. But you're asking for human sacrifice. You're asking for your capacity to empirical study to be assumed in advance. And this is what we've done with a lot of the vaccines. And it's what we do whenever we consider a medication that's been tested for 6 months, 1 year, but not 50 years, not 100 years, not demanding down the line, does that person make babies? So yes, we're not asking the right questions, and empiricism is the huge trap of modernity, this delusion that we know and that we can know and that we will know.
So science, I'm sorry what's happening with your dad, but science shows that it's more likely going to be long COVID than anything with the mRNA vaccines. I mean, if you think about spike protein count, it's going to be a lot more. The viral load is going to be a lot more with a latent SARS-CoV-2 infection than just one administration of a vaccine. There's just no self-replicating mechanism inside of your cells to make more mRNA for those, through that vaccine. So, and people concurrently get the vaccine, but that doesn't create a blockage from a virus still landing on your face, still getting into your system, still getting infecting your body. And the truth is that your dad, if you had a neurological disorder, the vaccine probably saved him from even worse impacts because it decreased his viral load. So it could have been way worse for your father. That's what the science actually shows.
I would disagree with the statement that RNA doesn't have mechanism to be carried and multiplied into the body. There's the L1 system, there's the retroactive viruses, the retroviruses. They can get into loops, and they can, if a virus catches some of these viral RNA and changes its evolution as a consequence, it could very well lead to problems down the line, integration to the human genome, and grave health effects.
Come on, man. Like the mRNA vaccines don't have reverse transcriptase delivered inside of it. And the translation into proteins, it just needs the cytoplasm. Meanwhile, your genome is inside your nucleus. So it's completely separate. That's
the problem with your approach. It's like, because we're not delivering it, it's not going to happen. Well, nature is very different. There is plenty of reverse transcription happening everywhere with viruses that exist already. People have them. It lives inside of them. And you're going to have actions of recombinations, and you don't know what are the consequences of this. But it's not because you don't deliver it that it doesn't happen.
I mean, and it sounds like too, Dr. Greg, that part of your argument is that we all have some sort of medical issue. There's a problem. And now we can use this technology to be able to fix said problem. But if that problem was created from vaccines, what if we just stop using vaccines and we quit double downing on all of these problems ultimately?
We know what the life was like without vaccines, and the fact is that 150 million people have had their lives saved from vaccines. 5 million a year are saved every year. 4 million children, 1 million adults every year. So like we know it's not like this thing that we don't understand. And long COVID exists from SARS-CoV-2, not from vaccines. I mean, there's people that I have in my community, like moms that come in and say their anti-vax son refused to get the vaccine, and now he has he's losing the smell, taste. He has tremors. People have vertigo. It's a neurological disease, long COVID, that we are like barely understanding, and the long-term consequences are seen outside of people that have had the vaccine, man. So like, viruses exist. The problem isn't the pharmaceutical companies. The problem isn't vaccines. The problem is viruses, and people discount the harm and ways that people died from smallpox, from measles in the 1900s. We're talking about hundreds of millions of people. And we live in a world where you have the liberty and the freedom to go to Coachella or EDC or these large sporting events where you don't live in fear of getting a virus, a communicable disease, and basically people discount them because vaccines are that effective and medicine is that effective.
I mean, to the point of calling something long COVID, it sounds like it's the medical establishment's way of being able to cover up an injury ultimately.
Yeah, it's not
the
true.
Same way why kids get acne, for example. We came up with this thing called acne. Well, if they didn't have all these effing vaccines, maybe they didn't get the acne to begin with, and we just labeled it that, and it's not a vaccine injury.
No, it's no.
JF?
Absolutely. We don't have ways to measure how the modern assumptions of medicine are causing a lot of the things we observe. But we do know that the Amish are doing freaking good.
The Amish vaccinate as well. So this is a common trope that is just incorrect. They absolutely use modern medicine. I think like 60% of the Amish vaccinate. And again, like it's just this, it's incorrect. And we absolutely know, long-term studies. These things have been studied by independent countries with independent funding, independent researchers, and this is a separate and adversarial group from pharmaceutical companies, from governments. These are separate entities that are all brake checking and testing one another to make sure that this is happening.
And that's another interesting aspect of it is who's doing the testing. It's like asking the government to investigate itself. You're asking the medical establishment to be able to say, hey, go and do this third-party research for me. And then they give you the data that you want to hear. I hate to break it to you, Dr. Greg, but we got much to learn here, brother.
Dude, you have much to learn. You are conflating the pharmaceutical companies with the FDA, with governments, with the researchers, and you're kind of lumping them all together. Again, you just fundamentally don't understand the process, which is fine. I can explain it to you, but I'm just saying that you're misinformed.
I think we may very well have just found a new topic between Dr. Greg and JF, one that seems to maybe bring a little more heat out of the two of them. But for the win, out of respect to Dr. Greg and JF on their time, I'm going to move forward if you don't mind.
Thank you both.
Doc, do you have a question or comment? Hopefully you learned from last night's panel what not to do, young man.
Yeah, right, Sarah. Yeah, Dr. Francois, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Sorry, I'm sorry if it's okay if I call you Dr. Francois, but so I have one question, and I hope it's not too sharp. Is that so I can see, I like that you brought AI into the conversation early. That was very helpful. So I think the audience should be very appreciative of that too. But also, we look at OpenAI and we can say that these big network, these companies based on a network, that are priced this way, they report revenue this way, they hire this way, they impact the markets this way. We can say that the same actors and agents, if we're not rapidly, it's not Jurassic Park yet, but it's the same people, the people that when I think about risk personally, it's the same people that have chosen to amortize some of the AI technology, amortize back into education institutions, including research. And so, am I reading this wrong? Is it actually the case that there really is not such a ethical threat? It's the case already that collective decision making, because people are the threat, but people have decided to spread this stuff out, right? So there's power or capability concentrated in one person. Is that an accurate way to look at it, or am I undermining something about the technology that I'm not appreciating at this time?
No, you're right. It's a system that is evolving from economic pressures and people's decision. But where I don't agree with your statement fully is when you say, therefore, it's not ethical. No, it's not because people choose it that it's necessarily ethical. People can choose things because they're poorly informed. I believe that one of the very bad level of information of people is about long-term evolutionary dangers on AI and on AI gene editing. So as long as they don't have the information, it doesn't matter that they're choosing that path. It's just that all they have is doctors that are telling them, yes, it's better for you. And as long as you don't have informed consent, you don't have consent. And yes, it remains a non-ethical issue to me, an issue of ethics.
Yeah, I mean, it's just interesting. Not that it's not it's not right, because I mean, abductively it makes sense. I would tend to agree with your position that humans are, even though like the unit economics or ethical choice, I believe in Dr. Greg's version of this, that yeah, if you can afford a treatment or you can afford to make progress on even rare diseases or incurable diseases, that makes sense. However, back into the like an evolutionary argument regarding the system, I might bring up that you know, these types of systems, it's right. I mean, it's even when it's even difficult to differentiate between genetics and genomics, except in cases like maybe PTSD or something relating to Alzheimer's or something like this. Like it's very difficult, I think, to actually base something on an inference. It's not meant to close the conversation, but to say that there's an independent inference about genetic factors in human civilization and human life that becomes loud because mental illness is important. We can't undermine this sort of approach. I would still think that you know, there's just with the absence of information, you know, I don't know, maybe it's this undermining point, and sorry if I'm just blabbering and talking, but it is undermining, I think, to my original point, where it's like, well, if people can't solve for the idea that these important spaces become unbridled because you can't have inference about them, you know, maybe I'm missing a chaos port. I was missing a, I gotcha. I was missing a, that's what you told me. You said that, you know, there's this almost like chaos or stochastic sort of element, and that's the part I think I was missing. Sorry.
Not sure where you're headed with that one, but yeah, I've given my response to your previous intervention.
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Doc. I appreciate you. Spin, do you have a question or comment for either of the gentlemen?
Yeah, I want to know if there's a vaccine or any type of treatment in your wilted mind that could fix paraplegicism or paraplegic or quadriplegic. Is that genetic?
I don't know.
Quadriplegia normally is not genetic.
What?
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 I don't know.
If you're talking about the breaking of the spinal cord,
is there a vaccine that'll fix that?
Well, I would be surprised that there's a vaccine right now. There's people who hope to develop stem cell research, surgery tactics with regrowing of the spinal cord, but it's not developed yet.
Yeah, I was going to say like some type of, people are looking at like limb regrowth and like that kind of thing, seeing how we can better understand and like transplant that type of gene into humans. But that, again, that's like the transhumanist approach that is like way next level. That I mean, that's way far off.
Well, you'd have to introduce, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say like can't lizards regrow the tails or something like that?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I know there's the stem cell research, but I wouldn't say necessarily a vaccine, because the vaccine is like preventative of
vaccines are really safe. They've been very safe since, if you look at the history
not the
of
point,
Western
Doc.
Europe.
Mute back up. It's not your turn.
Actually.
Mute back up, Doc. All right, Mr. Balderson, last but certainly not least, your thoughts to the gentleman.
Dr. Greg, exactly what percentage of the human DNA do we understand, and understand exactly what it does and how it interrelates to the other pieces?
We just did the best sequencing of the human genome, including some of the ends of the telomeres that we couldn't do before. So I would say, I mean, through next generation sequencing, and we understand, if like, I think it's like insanely high coverage now. So I would say high 90s, 95 plus.
That's very odd, because the highest I've ever seen is 10%.
No, that's like a misunderstanding of like the old terms like junk DNA. So you have things that are expressed or in those regions of DNA that are in between those. And we kind of understand now that those parts that don't make proteins basically have a big impact on the parts that do encode proteins specifically. So there's like transcription factors. I mean, that's the jargon word, but it's basically the ability for those genes to like turn on and off, be regulated, regulatory elements are all in there.
Oh, I definitely agree that it's a mechanism that everything interrelates, and when you don't understand how the entirety of the thing works, like I seriously can't imagine letting a kid that's only ever done an oil change and is a real expert on oil changes dig in and change my heads out. I just possibly can't imagine that. I also appreciate during your speech where you said, or your part of the talk where you said that you think that part of the problem is bad advertising, bad information, things like that. A lot of falsities getting thrown around.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm sure that you've got to understand that part of the problem with the lack of faith in the medical institution at this point comes from the recent medical things, such as subjecting people to something that they didn't have any long-term testing and results on, and not informing people that this was an experiment on their bodies and we didn't really know how that was going to pan out, and not telling them and breaking the Nuremberg codes in doing
That's
so.
not true.
And so the medical industry in general has shown to have horrible ethics and has no problem breaking their own ethics and in the to the good, as you like to seem to point out. You like to keep pointing that part out. But the problem is we don't know the bad. And this system that we're talking about has only been around for about 30 years. We generationally don't have any idea what this is going to do to people, not even a tiny little one. And you guys and your community.
You're just making shit up, Ben. You're making shit up.
Shut the fuck up, Duck.
All right, I'm just going to remove you because that's 2 for 2. Go ahead, Ben. I apologize.
Your community has shown that it'll break its own ethics and rules that it even made for itself, and use terms like safe and effective, and then come out in a series of weeks saying 100% effective, 90% effective, 80% effective, 50%. You know what? You better take 8 or 10 of these. It only works for a little tiny bit. We aren't really sure what goes on. Stay 6 feet apart also has no medical backing whatsoever. It was just something we bandied about in the office. That when these are the things that you make rules, that your community has made rules on us, and now you're talking about going in and actually editing our DNA, something you don't fully understand, and you're going to tell us not that we're guinea pigs and we hope this works out well, but that this is safe and effective, which is what your most of your spiel's kind of been.
Okay, so yeah, basically 100% knowledge of every single bit of and how it works. The human genome is very different than us saying that viruses are dangerous, and therefore we are at war with viruses, and we are trying to figure out ways in order to bolster people's natural immunity. So
let him finish, Ben.
Vaccines are the most effective way to train your natural immune system in order to fight off these viruses. So that's why vaccines exist. We understand them. Another thing, the mRNA with lipid nanoparticle, that chassis was it was in development since 1987. It's been used in animals since 2000s, and they've been the personalized gene therapy or in cancer treatment since 2015. So it's been in humans, and people absolutely it's safe and it's shown to be extremely effective. Actually, the first Moderna and Pfizer vaccines were 95% efficacy, which is insanely high. It's a huge success story, actually. So it sucks, man. Like, as a scientist, and we take your tax money and become the world experts in these things, and we create these new paradigms and are the envy of the world, and people look at us like, wow, they really were able to figure something out. That's an incredible achievement, and you should be proud. Like I'm proud as a patriot of the United States science and engineering that we do here, and I wish that other people could be patriotic about it. It's patriotic to get vaccinated. It's patriotic to get public health. I mean, I care about the 1.2 million people that died from COVID. I mean, people like to talk about that and downplay it, but I think that's disgusting. It's anti-American.
You guys do love your stolen valor when every historical chart shows that it wasn't vaccines. It was actually just human living conditions. We got things like indoor plumbing, being able to washing our hands, running water. All those things you guys just like stealing that credit. It's hilarious to do. I did enjoy the patriotic spiel at the end where you're a patriot or if you don't believe this bullshit I'm spitting out, you're freaking not patriotic. That was hilarious.
It's true. I mean, it's true. To look and create conspiracies and downplay the death of 1.2 million Americans is sick in my opinion. And to create conspiracies that are only going to harm more people, I think that's disgusting. So I think that the people that don't vaccinate right now, the blood is on their hands.
Each other, and I can't hear it.
The blood is on the hands of RFK and these people that are pushing disinformation about all these vaccine preventable illnesses. It's not just COVID, and people erroneously said, and I called them out at the time because I've been doing science communication on YouTube and Twitch since November 2020, that we're not anti-vaccine. We're just against this vaccine. And obviously that's not the case now with the rise in measles and the rise of measles in Canada and in the United States, by the way. And it's not okay. So we're, the science community is going to be fighting back even harder now.
Yeah. Absolute complete denial that you purposely did human guinea pig testing on the general populace against the Nuremberg codes.
It's not true.
Fully broke them. Don't even care. Those were made in America in order to regulate people like yourself after World War II, where you decided for the good of humanity, you could do some real sick and twisted testing and do some real nasty things. That's called lack of ethics. Something you guys find a super slippery slope that you figured you could not tell people that these had no long-term testing, but
they did
label it. Again, false advertising, safe and effective. We haven't really tested it, but safe and effective.
I mean, if you have a problem with vaccination programs, if you have a problem with vaccination programs, you have a problem with George Washington, because one of the reasons that we actually won the Revolutionary War is because he inoculated his troops against smallpox, and that's one of the reasons that we won. So the first public health campaign was by George Washington himself, and it was for vaccinating or inoculating against smallpox. So just factually,
like that's the same as mRNA.
Well, why do you think that smallpox was eradicated?
Are we pretending like that's the same?
Yes, they're vaccines and small. Why do you think that? Why do wait? So you're admitting then that the smallpox? Wait, you just admitted that the smallpox vaccine was safe and effective for eradicating smallpox?
I didn't say all vaccines don't work. I never said that.
Okay, so do you agree that measles is important?
Straw man, because you needed something to fight because your nonsense. It's indefensible the crap that your community has done.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
that's
so
just
rather
wrong.
than do that, you built a nice little straw man. And
okay, so then can you agree that people should be vaccinating against MMR and the measles virus that's going around?
There's certain historical vaccines, yes. That
can you say that? Can you say that the MMR vaccine is safe and effective?
Had tiny VAERS reports compared to what the most recent ones did. They would have thrown those out so far out. In fact, they even removed their temporary authorizations and said, no, these do not meet snuff.
Okay,
but
can you say that the MMR vaccine is safe and effective? Can you say that?
For the time that it was available, they told them that nice catchy advertising, safe and effective.
VAERS is a product made by the CDC, and that is like scientists use that. So it's not just like this thing. I mean, you guys figured it out because of COVID, but it's been in existence long before that. I mean, can you just say that the MMR vaccine is safe and effective?
I can say that it has a known quantity of, and it's a fairly small one of adverse reactions.
Do you think that the MMR vaccine is
Those people that
more?
have the
Do you
adverse
think?
reactions?
Do you think
To
that
those
the
people that
MMR
have the adverse reactions, we get to actually inform them and say, there's a small chance, it's 0.5, that you could have this list of reactions. Now it's on you to choose whether you want to subject yourself to that and possibly receive these benefits or not. You get
It's not up to you. It's not up to you. That's not what informed consent is. That's not what it is.
That's something that was required by the Nuremberg codes.
No, it's not.
To keep unethical people like you from doing things to uninformed people. And even though they agreed to it, they're uninformed, and you lied and gave them really clever advertising.
Nobody lied.
Yeah.
No. I mean, can you say that the virus? Can you say that the measles virus is more deadly than the vaccine?
Was there long-term testing?
You tell me. You're the expert.
I just read things. And was there long-term tests? See, here's the part where it's real.
You tell me. I mean, you're spouting vaccine disinformation right now. So, like, I mean, you should know.
It's effective without the testing to back it up. Where I can go to that smallpox patient who I'm going to vaccinate and say, we have the testing. We have the long-term studies and results. We can tell you, even generationally, what kind of effects we see from this. Here you go. Here's the information. Here's your informed choice. Would you still like to proceed?
That's not how it works.
People have decided that that's not part of the sequence.
It's never how it works. That's not how. That's not public. No. No, that's not how public health works. You don't get to decide. You don't get to decide that some people are going to live or die based off of their immune compromised status. The fact that they didn't. Yeah. I mean, you're trying to basically off everyone that has like a cancer treatment or anything like that, and it's not okay.
Do the Patriot one again. I like that one.
Yeah, I mean, it is patriotic to care about public health. So yeah, absolutely.
Nice. Thank you. Nice. You try the dumbest fucking tactics.
I wanted to see if Gary Eppy had a thought to add in on that. You're just kind of sitting there smiling. I don't know if you wanted to chime in.
I stand against the medical establishment, and what we're hearing from Dr. Greg is not super clearly said, but kind of leans toward a fascistic medical system where you are being decided what's injected in your arm because you could hurt others. And that is the beginning of the invasion of medicine into fascism. And I totally object against it. And the medical sector is totally decredibilizing itself with this attitude. And eventually people will just leave them behind. And you can develop your science in your ivory tower and no one will care about it because we'll all know the dangers of it and the carelessness of saying we will decide for you. Now I have to go, Sarah. I will say in conclusion, measles gang, what's up? Unvaccinated, keep going. Bye-bye.
Definitely vaccinated against
Gary
measles,
Eppy.
by the way.
That was so fun. And Dr. Greg, they've almost earned themselves the gauntlet. So I know that you could potentially, Gary Eppy, you want me to kick you out?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm going to kick him out.
Almighty Nate lifted half the load for you guys. You know you want to see me keep chewing at this unethical tree. It's funny, ethics is the debate prompt.
But Dr. Greg, I know you wanted to step away at the 2-hour mark.
It's okay. They don't deserve to. They don't get to deserve. They have me. They're stuck with me.
Almighty Nate gave another. He just said, you know what? Whatever. I'm done dealing with Sarah complaining about not hitting.
Jesus.
I don't know.
Almighty Nate. Like, hey, what's up, dude? I'm Greg. You can be my friend. Hang out on my TikTok streams if you want to hang out. Whatever you want. Damn, dude. Jeez.
All right. Well, I will. If Ben, I know you had a bone to pick. Spin. It sounded like maybe you wanted to ask another question. Spin. I'll go ahead and hand it to you. Many. All right. I'm going to go ahead and set up the gauntlet while you're asking your question, Spin, and we'll give Ben and Greg a little chill time because I foresee a speed date in their future. Dr. Greg, do you have a hard out, or do you just kind of want to play it by ear?
I'm good right now. We're good right now. So probably like 30, 40 minutes probably.
Perfect. All right. Spin, why don't you go ahead and then ask your question. We'll go from there.
Well, I When you were young, were you vaccinated against anything?
Everything. I get all the vaccines every single year, and I've never denied any of them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So when I asked the question earlier, you didn't know.
What?
Do you remember the question that I asked about a vaccine for, getting me able to use my legs?
Well, that wouldn't be a vaccine, though. A vaccine is a preventative
we were talking about
maintenance.
vaccines. That's
right.
Why I brought
That would be a
But-
gene therapy approach. That would be completely different. A vaccine.
Yeah.
Vaccine is
vaccine.
No.
It's not a vaccine.
No. A vaccine is a piece of a virus that is presented to your body so that it can mount an antibody response to it and remember which antibody killed that virus, and then it creates an ability to make more of those antibodies inside of your body. So it's a natural immune system. Like your body needs to learn how to move or create those muscle fibers, those nerves, all those type of things, and regenerate them. It's not a vaccine that it's not a foreign or a cell that it's fighting. It's like more of a deleterious like change in the genome that needs to change.
So the next question is the COVID vaccine. I just want to be clear before, you're for it or against it?
100% for it.
Okay. And the COVID vaccine unalived a lot of people.
It didn't. That's disinformation.
That's disinformation.
Yeah, it's completely false.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they actually the FDA, RFK's own FDA actually just had to discreetly put out a report that it didn't cause a bunch of kids to lose their lives like people have been reporting. I mean, even RFK's own FDA can't actually produce any studies to say this, and he says this in his hearings, that the vaccine actually killed more people than the virus itself, which is wrong, dangerous, and it's only going to harm more people.
And before you continue on, Spin, compliments of Almighty Nate, Texas Bully Mom, Iotin, and Objective Ethics. We are getting our gauntlet. So if you're watching over on the Raging Tomatoes side on YouTube, I have set up the raid to move over to the gauntlet. If you already know where you're going, please feel free to get there now. Otherwise, enjoy the ride. If you're watching on Twitch, X, Kick, or anything else, I'm going to go ahead and shut that down. If you want to join us, go to YouTube at the Gauntlet Debate. Thank you so much.
Oh, wow.
All right, back to you.
I'm done.
Spin. All right. I want to, before I let Ben back in there, because I know it's going to get fun, I wanted to offer to either Ant or For the Win or Clay, if you guys wanted to add something in there.
I mean, I do have some things if the other guys want to go first, because I'm going to probably be like Ben and hog the mic a lot. So I've seen God's Ant. You were.
What? Just 1 second. So JF's like closing statement about like medical fascism and that kind of thing. I just want to say, again,
stop using that term.
Like,
stop it.
He used it, so I'm quoting him directly. So I'm going to do that. That's what he said. Don't get mad at me. The idea is that, again, there are independent scientists all across the world that are independently coming to these conclusions and testing these products. So it isn't a single government. It isn't a single pharmaceutical company. It isn't a single scientist. They're all adversarial groups that are very contentious to one another. Academics hate pharmaceutical companies. They actually, a lot of academics feel like they're stealing science. It's kind of like the Force in Star Wars, and pharmaceutical companies are stealing the Force for profit. They see him as kind of like the Darth Vader and stuff. They don't like when their postdocs and their students go and work at pharmaceutical companies. I've lived this. I've talked to these professors. So again, it's just the conflation of all these groups together. Physicians, pharmaceutical companies, scientists, the FDA, governments. Like it's just not true. And basically, people like me, independent scientists, scientists and stuff, I have expertise in these areas where you guys just don't. You know, I've been spending 17 years in the lab, you know, it's 40 to 60 hours a week working on this stuff. I've devoted my life to these things. And there is no like financial reason like that I would be beholden to them. You know, I'm just telling you like what it is, and that's just how it is. Like
you still look like an elderly Ryan Reynolds, just so you know.
Okay, thank you. I guess the gene therapy approach hasn't fixed my hair yet.
It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. Actually, you're a silver fox. They call you.
Thank you, pal. Thank you. But my point is like take just 1 second, dude. Just 1 second. 1 second. I promise.
Hold on, Spin.
1 second. 1 second. 1 second. The COVID is a good example, actually. COVID was a real test of open source science, where we knew about information, we knew about the sequencing, we knew the sequence of the genome. So when it was published, I think it was like February 2020, the sequence of SARS-CoV-2, I independently, actually, with my own lab tools that I have, you know, uploaded the genome of SARS-CoV-2, and I was looking at where the primers were for the PCR testing to see what was amplifying and how it was amplifying. And then when the CDC, for some reason, decided to make their own primer set, which was not a good idea. And I tested those. I tested the CDC. I tested the WHO primers, and I could see that the CDC primers were wrong. They basically bound non-specifically, so there was more false positives. And I saw that and I was like, oh my gosh, there's going to be a problem with these PCR tests. And sure enough, there was at the very beginning. So, you know, basically independent scientists like me, companies, like if you're a capitalist, I mean, other pharmaceutical companies, like break check other ones, like who is the biggest beneficiary of taking down Moderna? Pfizer. And vice versa. They break check each other constantly in order to make sure that they're actually putting out the product that it is, you know, that there's no graphene in them. People hear, you know, lipid nanoparticle and they think nanoparticles, so therefore there must be like these crazy nanoparticles like nanobots in them. There just isn't. And we can see it. So there is a bunch of, it's more of like a huge battle royale where these people are fighting one another. It's not this hegemony. It isn't a political or scientific or medical dogma that you guys are kind of creating.
All right, go ahead, Ben. I know you want to jump in there.
Well, I want to start off with his ridiculous statement where he made VAERS into a product and not a reporting system, and one in which the vaccine industry has complete protection and the government actually takes taxpayer money and sets it aside in order to pay off the lawsuits when they lose, which is nearly impossible because they don't accept anything basically. And I'd like to know why you tried to assert that was a product. I'd like to know why it's so, in an ethics debate, you have no problem with being so disingenuous.
Okay. VAERS is a database made for scientists, okay? It is something that people use in order to put any type of report into them, okay? And the problem that we saw during the COVID, because it was politicized and people the existence of COVID was an ideological football that Republicans tried to weaponize. There was a bunch of anti-vaccine people that went into VAERS and tried to flood the VAERS database. So there's literally I have a favorite VAERS data entry. I don't know about you, but mine is where this guy was basically talking about that his dick grew 5 feet after he got his vaccine. It's in the VAERS database. That is right there, and that is in there.
Asking for a friend.
So the idea, okay, damn, Sarah. Okay, jeez. I mean, impressive. Okay, but the point is that VAERS is an important tool that scientists use, and you can just, don't believe me, go to scholar.google.com, type in VAERS, and you can see the publications that are based on VAERS, and look in the methodology section, and they go through what has to be done. They have to scrub fake entries like the one that I just talked about. They have to basically look for actual medical data that actually corresponds with that entry. There has to be a second confirming case of this actually being data and that kind of stuff. But I'm telling you, so my point is that VAERS worked during during COVID. The best one was the DNA based vaccines, the Johnson & Johnson vaccines that did have a disproportionately high rate of myocarditis rates and blood clotting that were associated with it, and it was pulled. Those vaccines were pulled immediately. So the VAERS, the reporting system did work. And again, you erroneously, so many people like erroneously think about this 1987 vaccine bill. You can absolutely sue the pharmaceutical companies now, but it's just, and people like RFK, by the way, make millions of dollars every year suing these pharmaceutical companies. So even RFK himself actually had to disclose this during his HHS confirmation hearing. So I mean, it's a huge conflict of interest that he's actually getting a payout from Merck, and he's regulating Merck in and of itself. But you can absolutely get and sue these pharmaceutical companies still.
So you're saying there's no liability shield given by the federal government?
There are, yes. So basically, through, I mean, I don't. There's the council, like there's like basically the court. It's I forget what the actual name is. I think it is like the council, and basically it's a fund that is given out from 25 cents per vaccine that people have, and you have 25 cents per vaccine. Every injection gives you 25 cents that's paid into this fund, and people get paid out from that. And but the problem is that a lot of anti-vax people will erroneously put data in there, and that will cause a lot of people to erroneously think that is a problem. And it's not true. And it is just not true. The reason and how we understand science is through publications, and these anti-vaccine people refuse to actually create any new knowledge or any publication from it. And instead, they try to go to this council in order to legislate it, in order to show proof that there is vaccine harm, and there just isn't.
Great, Dr. Greg. Listen, hold on, Ben. Let me finish. He didn't answer my question. So my question was about law, and you went into whataboutism and then deflected to a different subject. The reason why people can't do it is, and RFK and other organizations can, is because generally speaking, it has to go to the highest courts of the land, takes 5 years minimum, and costs hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars.
That's why there's that offshoot.
Doesn't have that money.
That's why there's that offshoot in order to pay people out for people that are genuinely harmed.
I agree with you, and that's why RFK.
Okay, so then how was I deflecting? I didn't answer your question, and now you're agreeing with me. What was that?
Because only one out of every 10,000 things getting report get any form of payout with that pattern you're talking about. I'm simply saying it's not effective, but you seem to make it seem like, oh, if you have a vaccine. Anyway, I just had one important question about that about this during COVID-19. Do you remember when they were saying that in order for your vaccine to work, the other person has to get the vaccine?
No.
People such as Joe Biden.
It decreases the transmission rate. It absolutely decreases the transmission rate. It definitely does. It decreases the viral load. It decreases the viral load inside your body, so therefore it decreases the amount that you transmit. Absolutely.
No, it was to work. So even Anthony Fauci, Justin Trudeau, Macron, 100% all the people consent. So you believe that for my vaccine to work, you have to get one?
It decreases the viral load, so people are less likely to transmit the virus. But this whole mandate to work is, I mean, that is for healthcare workers, and they already were required to get vaccines in order to be in a hospital setting.
Okay, this is two more quick questions. In 2021, there was a study done and released by CNBC. I'm putting the doctor's name, and they stated specifically that. Let's see here.
CNBC doesn't actually release any publications, so this it doesn't mean anything.
I'm sorry. CNBC, the television station. There was a doctor, Monica Gandhari and Lindsay Marr, where they released a study that was released on CNBC, the television network, that said double mask are 75% efficient and triple mask was 90% efficient. As a scientist, do you agree with this independent study, or do you think it's wrong?
I don't think that those I don't know. Understand? I've never seen it. I doubt that it's actually. Again, so a good KF94 and N95 is good, along with a vaccine decreases your the viral load inside your body. So the idea is that none of these are 100%. None of these are 100% sterilizing. So the idea in public health is that you do several like incomplete, less than 100% things in order to get better public health. That's the idea.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I want to chime in on this.
One last question. Okay. Are you familiar with Dr. Rachel Levine?
No. The same name sounds
Rachel
familiar,
Levine
though.
was elected under the Biden administration in 2021 to be the Assistant Secretary of Health, and was also well known for being the first 4-star admiral that's a transgender woman in the Navy. You're not familiar with the assistant?
Now it makes sense.
You're not familiar with the Assistant Secretary of Health in 2001 during the pandemic?
I mean, her name now sounds familiar. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah.
Okay. She was very, very popular.
Okay.
Is that a woman?
Yes.
Okay. I rest my case.
All right, so I have a question, and I know that you're up against basically everybody.
I know it's not fair for you guys. I feel bad. I feel bad. I'm being respectful to Sarah, and I'm not dog walking each of you individually right now. So that's just what's actually happening. So it's okay. It's okay.
They love dog walking, and especially when I put on the pink leashes on them. But
I know, especially since you prefer 5 feet, Sarah. I mean, geez.
Sarah, this guy thinks there's 76 genders. Or 72. I apologize for misclassifying you.
Bro, the only thing that's 72 is your IQ, bro.
Yeah, but I must not be a patron anymore.
But I have to say, Dr. Greg, because I feel like every time, well, at least the last time you hear, nobody likes you because of this very thing that you're saying.
Yeah,
he's fitting leftist ideology and calling it science. It's fucking bullshit.
Oh, you can be mad all you want, bro, but I'm telling you, tough love, and this is just what it is. I mean, it doesn't. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care about them. I don't care about your feelings. You can try to cry bully all you want, and you can try to be mad, but I don't care about upsetting you. I'm sorry. You are very mad. You're very mad right now.
I would like to ask Dr.
I want to ask a question.
Here's what we're gonna do. Bear with me just a second, Clay. We're gonna do Clay. Then I want to open it up to Claudio. Welcome back, Claudio, and Kraut, because they haven't been able to say anything. We'll open it back up after that. Go ahead, and Clay.
Yeah, so in the mask thing, right? Now, from what I understand about closed environments, especially when they get warmer and especially if you add moisture, that typically does not reduce the chance of receiving, I forget the word, receiving disease and things like that. That actually compounds it. It actually makes it worse. So I don't believe that masking up ever was a benefit. I think that's the stupidest shit I've ever heard.
Okay, so there was okay, we'll take them one by one. There was a study that was shown that basically you decreases the chance of getting it, and people looked at people inside their house that was SARS-CoV-2 positive, and they looked at the transmission rate inside of it. So and then they looked at the vaccine rates of those people, and it was shown that vaccinated people in that scenario have a statistically significant less chance.
Virus to be there. What would be required for that virus to be there? That it would actually have to be transmitted. That means that somebody else with it would have to be in there, right?
Yeah.
So if nobody was in there and I'm in there wearing a fucking mask, then I'm a stupid motherfucker because nobody's ever had COVID inside of my fucking house.
You don't know that. Again, so you're conflating two different things. You're conflating two different things. So SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19 are two different things. So SARS-CoV-2 is the virus, COVID-19 is the disease. So someone could be asymptomatic or pre-symptomatic with SARS-CoV-2 and not develop COVID-19 symptoms. So unless you're testing every single day with PCR, you don't know, because basically the viral load can still be there, and the viral load needs to hit that threshold that you start activating COVID-19 symptoms, but there could be
hygiene. Ben actually pointed this out to
no,
me earlier.
I mean the
hygiene. You're hijacking what
you should be thrown in prison. You should be thrown in prison, Clay.
The most efficacious thing that we know in order to combat specific viruses is a specific antibody, and that is created by your immune system.
Needles don't fix this. Hot water and soap does.
Okay, viruses exist, dude. Viruses exist in the world. I'm sorry.
You haven't been booted off of here in a while, but Josh Stacy came by with a drive-by.
Wow,
Hi,
I'll be
Sarah.
back.
Bye, Clay. Dr. Greg is boogly boo. All right, Clay,
Damn.
to the back. I'll set a timer for you.
Hurts.
On that note, I'll hand it over. Thank you, Josh, for the dono. I'll hand it over to Claudio. If you have a question or comment or want to jump in here, you are more than welcome to.
Okay, hello. Can you hear me good?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I have a question to the doctor. It's very simple. Can you explain me why the only country that didn't depend on any laboratory pharmaceutical is Cuba, that creates their only vaccine called La Soberana, and it has the best results for the people who were infected and for the people who were not infected, combining all the other vaccines. Why the Soberana, the only vaccine created by Cuba, the only country that didn't bought vaccines from Moderna or AstraZeneca or whatever, why is that vaccine that is not how do you say the system
mRNA?
Yeah, thank you. Why that vaccine that doesn't have that system is better and is scientifically demonstrated by papers that is better than the other ones?
Yeah, so we know basically from epidemiology and that the countries that had the most vaccines had the lower mortality rate globally. So we just know that across the globe, that if you had more vaccines, you had more people living. That's definitely true. And you're highlighting something that's very embarrassing for me as an American patriot. Again, we have access to these world-class healthcare, and yet we are ranked deaths per capita about 200 from COVID-19, the pandemic. So it is a huge moral stain that we didn't care about one another enough in order to do these preventative measures. It really shows and highlights the selfishness of the American culture right now, and it's something that I fight back every day with. I think Cuba is a really good example, and I thank Cuba for they actually sent physicians during the height of the pandemic when there wasn't a vaccine, and selflessly actually sent people here in order to try to help us, and ventilators. So yes, I think that Cuba did a better job at looking out after one another. They have higher rates of looking out and caring about their public health. So it is what it is.
How do you explain Afghanistan? It had not even 1% vaccination rate and the lowest death rate of COVID-19.
Do you really think do you think that Afghanistan is going to have the highest rate and data of efficacy for epidemiology?
That's your argument?
Do you really think? Tell me. That's why you can find these outliers and you can try to cherry pick whatever you want. Whatever it is. But the rate of vaccines, and the mortality, the death rate, the more vaccines, the less the death rate globally. That is what it is.
You all the respect, you didn't answer my question.
Yeah, and that's.
I did. The Cuban people had more people
in
that
Cuba, they came up with a vaccine that wasn't RNA related, and it had more efficacy than the mRNA related ones. Why did you do that particular
because
route
it's not just mRNA efficacy that matters. So again, it's about public health, and it's about masking, and it's about social distancing, and it's about looking out for one another. The United States we created, and we never stayed home. We never actually shut down as a country. So we created more and more spread, communicable to spread. So I would say that it's not. You want to look at just the results and just say it's just the vaccine. And I'm saying that your premise is wrong. I know, and your premise is wrong. And your premise is wrong. The idea of just the vaccine is going to confer alone, vaccine access. That's going to be the only deciding factor. It just isn't.
Soberana vaccine is better. why that
It is.
vaccine
You can have because you can have a
than the
less
others. That's my
efficacious
question.
vaccine, but then you can have higher rates of public health and people caring about one another and people staying home, and it could be better for the population.
It's
I'm
also
talking about
warmer in
vaccine.
Cuba.
Why
Do you
is
have some
better than the
definitive
others?
proof that Cuba did that better than we did? The other things?
No.
Yeah.
Or
We
you
did.
just
The,
making that
the United
up?
States did uniquely
Can you
poorly
can
throughout
you
the
link
entire
Too
world.
many
So
voices
200.
at once. So let me go ahead and read money then, because I can't hear. Objective ethics. Actually, shout out to TrippyCast and his raid coming in. Welcome to all you silly little clowns. Objective ethics sends in the big 20. Says science is a field of knowledge that describes a method of understanding and engaging with objective reality. Please stop trying to vilify the thing that has led to longer lifespans, higher successful birth rates, and more. Dr. Greg would probably agree with this sentiment. Everyone else, any thoughts to add in, or does that piss you off? Does that make you angry?
I have something to add to that comment.
Sure, go ahead, Kraut.
That statement is fundamentally stupid because not every scientific method has helped society. Some has drastically changed for the negative or outright destroyed a certain aspect of the world. So that comment should.
There's not some scientific method. There's the scientific method. It was a general statement about the scientific method leading to positive things, whereas also there's negative things. The problem is when the scientists always defend things that are mediocre, find reasons it didn't work. They're like apologists, like religion. Dr. Greg, a sincere question, man.
Well, hold on. I have more super chats to get through.
Uh-oh, sorry.
It was just to respond to the super chat if anybody else had another comment to it. Anybody else? All right. Uncle Fatty says with the 420, of course. He loves sending funny. He'll send 420, he'll send 666 and all sorts of fun things. But he says, warning, warning, this is not medical advice. And then, of course, Jim, we love you, Jim, says with the Big 10, if you yell and use curse words, they will understand you better, Dr. Greg. They are mostly simple people. Shots fired. Anyone on the panel feel insulted?
He spent money, so no.
Oh,
We should bring smart Scott here and they can really talk the same language.
Oh, goodness. Goodness gracious. All right. I want to hand it over to Kraut to jump in with a question because you haven't had a chance to really say anything towards.
Yeah. How you doing? Doctor, what's your name?
Greg. Sorry. Thanks,
Dr.
man.
Greg, how you doing?
Good, man. Thank you.
I just got a few questions. First question I want to ask, not that I'm insinuating you said it, I just jumped in when somebody was mentioned dictatorship.
Yeah.
Are you suggesting we should force people to get
what? I'm sorry, you cut out.
Did we lose him?
He's been having problems all day, Sarah.
He's always on his phone. That's the problem.
Kraut, can you repeat the question? Your Wi-Fi tapped out for a second there.
Oh, that sucks. I'm on the fucking internet. Again, I'm not saying you did say it. I just joined in when somebody was mentioning a dictatorship. So I have to ask, are you suggesting the government forces people to take vaccine or gene splicer, which is what this panel is ultimately about?
Vaccines, yes. No. Gene therapy, no.
That's what I was going to ask. So hold on, you think that the government should forcibly make people take vaccines?
Not like strap people down and like inject them, but we should absolutely.
Then
Yes, we should absolutely. No,
You're not a
again,
patriot.
you missed the.
Hold on. Go ahead, Kraut.
Now, would you say your opinions are mostly based or biased?
I'm sorry, your first word, phased or by?
Based or biased?
Based or biased?
Or based or biased?
I mean,
I'm not understanding the difference between that.
Based or biased? I mean, they're based on scientific methods so that they could change.
Or are you do you have a biased opinion?
Well, I'm biased towards science, absolutely.
I'm sorry, repeat your answer.
I'm biased towards science, absolutely.
So why should we take anything that you say seriously? With all due respect.
Okay, I mean, you don't have to. I don't agree.
With all due respect, you just called Rachel Levine a man. If you were any type of doctor,
no, Rachel Levine was a woman,
scientist, you would know that Rachel Levine is a man.
not a woman.
Okay. I mean, how many?
Hold on.
Dude, how many hours a day do you think about girl cock? Is that it's a big part of your day, isn't it? Yeah, you think about that all the time, don't you? Stay mad, dude. Stay mad. Yeah, he's like all the time, all the fucking time. That's right,
Hey, Sven, hold up. I got one more question.
yeah, you love it, dude. It's okay. It's okay. You're so mad. You're so mad, dude. You're so mad.
Dr. Gregory likes to make fun of handicapped people. Go
ahead. You had a follow-up question. Go ahead.
All right. I got one more question for you. Well, first, I'll give you my base before my final question. I don't think anything that alters the DNA, because that's essentially what gene splicing is, right? It can alter your DNA permanently.
Vaccines don't edit your DNA.
Well, this panel, yeah, we're talking about vaccines, but the panel was about gene splice or gene manipulation.
Gene therapy.
Yeah. I don't agree with anything that can alter your DNA. But I got one final question for you. How many people died from COVID?
1.2 million.
Wrong.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You want to know why?
Okay.
Because they would say somebody died with COVID if they had a heart attack and they may have had COVID.
It's okay. So you're misunderstanding how we got that number. So basically, we have the expected death rate. We had the expected death rate.
Am I saying his name correctly? He's a liar.
He stated yes. People lie on the internet, but I'm telling you the truth, and that's what the difference is. So basically, we had a expected death rate, and then we have a ton more people that are dying higher than that expected death rate, and that's 1.2 million people all the way. We don't test every single person that died during the COVID pandemic to know whether or not that's the 1.2 million. So we don't PCR test and then tally. We look at broad populations and we see that 1.2 million people died more than expected.
Now, is that based or biased?
That's not true.
That's biased on science. Yes. Epidemiology is science.
Hold on, Kraut. You believe in science. Is it biologically possible that a man can become a woman and a woman can become a man? You said it. Now back your facts up.
So hours or days, like girl cock? Are you thinking like, is that like a big thing? It's like days, isn't it, dude? It's days. You just love it. Again, you just love it, dude. It's cool. I mean, it's chill, dude. I don't like. It's cool. I don't front it. You know, that's cool. I know. And it's a biological fact that you think about girl cock constantly. So that's just what it is. That's cool. I mean, it's cool. I mean, it's chill, dude. It's chill.
Hold on. It's fun. It's fun.
Okay.
But answer his question.
He can't.
What is the question? What is the question? Why?
Your fucking little child chemist.
Hold on for a second.
You're so mad, dude. I love it.
The question was, is it biologically possible for a man to be a woman and a woman to be a man or whatever like that?
I mean, no, you're not going to be able to change your gametes.
Answer it.
He's answering.
He just said no. Then why would you say Rachel Levine is a woman?
Because dude, I can
decided to be a woman at 58 years old and still has a penis. Just to clarify more details.
Okay, so again, a lot of girl cock clock. It's okay. Okay, so the idea is that you're looking at a woman. You're looking at a woman, and you see someone. You are not assessing and using the term woman based off of their genomes. Like it's a different thing that happens.
The genomes. You know what? Does at birth, who determines the sex of a child?
Assigned male or assigned female at birth is usually I don't know, actually. I think probably the nurse or physician, OBGYN. I don't know.
Answer the question, dumb fuck. You've been up here rattling these people for 3 fucking hours with your stupidity.
Oh, you're so mad, dude. Bro, the only one stupidity is you, bro. You're like talking, you're just crashing out. Like you're just sitting there. It's like how long?
Let's turn your mic down because you keep either getting really close to it or something on your end that it's coming in and it's actually blowing itself.
Yeah, well, bro, look. I think that there are maybe we should think about and I was wrong. Okay, I'll admit when I was wrong. Sarah? I was wrong. I think during you've changed my mind. I do think that we should figure out enhancements, ideas in for humans and just for you specifically. We should think about how to increase the size of girl cock so that you can get off better. We should figure out how we can use CRISPR to enhance the length of girl cock just for you, bro. We should think about that for sure.
Bro, you want to insult me? You want to insult me?
He's embarrassing himself. He's not insulting.
Bro, you're insulting me like every sentence, man. You just can't stop, and you're so mad. Yeah. Like I don't give a. Who are you?
America had 2.85 million deaths.
Doing ladyboys now?
23.38.
Yeah, that's all they think about, dude. It's all ladyboy talk. It's cool.
You can just go to Vietnam.
All right.
I know.
All right. You're all talking, and there's no money coming in, so I'm going to start getting pissy here. Claudio, did you have any other follow-up or another question? I want someone more serious right this second, not worried about girl cock. Go ahead, Claudio.
Oh, sorry, bro. I'm sorry. Shucks.
No
Back
worries.
to your good part of
His mouth is watering.
If you don't have,
Oh, you're so mad, dude. You're so
Claudio,
mad.
if you don't have a-
Come by
if
my
you don't
stream
have a question,
anytime, and
that's
I'll dog
okay. I
walk
can
you
move on.
again.
I have a question.
sure, go ahead, Claudio.
Woof woof.
If for the doctor or whoever, if you know Daniel Levitat currently serves as the CEO of NanoPass Technologies, that is a medical device company specializing in intradermal drug delivery,
Okay.
vaccine injections, immune optimizations. What do you think about NanoPass technology?
I did my PhD with nanotechnology. So, I mean, yeah, I think that there's huge advancements in that technology, and it's awesome. I mean, but basically, like the nanotechnology that exists, today is completely different than the lipid nanoparticles that you guys are assuming, and it's just completely different. We're talking about 30 years of research and development. And the stuff today is incredibly different and awesome, and it has its unique advantages for sure.
And do you think it's casual that Israel funding is the major partner of this technology?
I mean, Israel has a lot of biotechnology companies per capita, dude. So I'm not surprised that they would do some research with it. Okay. I mean, nanotechnology is been around for, like since the 1960s, 1970s. So it's like, yeah, I mean, it's not like this new thing that, like that just spawned up.
No, the new thing is the vaccine. They put everybody inside.
The lipid nanoparticle delivery system is not created by Israel, bro.
I'm talking about nanoparticles and not lipid ones.
Okay.
Do you think that Israel is taking advantage of a huge project that now they call and they speak a lot of things about that project in the last World Jewish Congress about hack the hate?
What? No, dude. No, I don't think there's a problem.
Oh, okay. Well, if you're interested in Hack the Hate 2026 is the project for AI filter and
Oh my God.
Comment.
Okay.
How
And
many genders are there?
Cool.
How many genders are there?
For you.
Ask him scientifically the scientific answer.
Scientifically.
I love it. It's so funny, dude. That's all you guys can think about. Just girl cock all day long. It's amazing. It's so funny, dude.
You can't deflect and call
so funny. Yeah, because you're I can do whatever the fuck I want. I don't care about your feelings. I'm not gonna let you just be misogynist and an idiot, and I can react to however you want. You know what I mean? I'm not reflecting on anything.
You're the doctor.
You can get mad all that you want. I love this. I love this. I'm not getting mad. You guys are completely crashing out. I love this. Stay mad. Stay mad. Stay mad.
Okay, you're the scientist. He asked you a scientific question, and you respond by calling him gay.
Yeah.
Explain that.
I'm not saying he's gay. I'm saying misogynist. That's not gay.
He asked you a scientific question. You're like being rude.
Dude, you're I mean, it's just getting a little like kinky for, you know what I mean? You guys are really getting into there's websites for this. There's websites to this that you could have like, there's websites you can, it's okay.
Would you please ask the guest to answer my question?
Scientifically speaking, how many genders are there? 2, 4, 1, 60?
I don't know how many, like the same amount as IQ points that you have, bro.
Can I bring us back to topic, guys?
Dr. Greg, say you don't know. Say you don't know.
I have a real question in reference to the topic, not this gay shit.
No.
So Doc.
Aw,
Okay.
damn.
I have a question for your not the gay
Damn.
shit. Sorry.
Oh man.
Stuff is what it is. So obviously, in these trials, these tests, somebody's going to have to be the quote unquote guinea pig. Would you personally submit yourself? Would you submit your wife? Would you submit your children, your boy, your daughter? Would you submit your mother? Would you submit your own family? Would you submit your own friends to these testing trials?
So I think it like matters. I would have absolutely done the COVID vaccines personally, but and by the way, my wife was pregnant during when the vaccine came out, and we absolutely got her vaccinated for that. And all my kids have had the vaccines for sure. Like I personally, personally, I would be very okay with more and more risky procedures the closer I am to the end of my life, right? Where I have like the ability to take more risks and that kind of thing. If something is like first round or, and there's been really good clinical trials before that, and I have a stage of cancer and that could have a huge efficacy, then it definitely makes sense, right?
How about your children?
The problem, yeah, for sure. If there was the same problem, yeah. So again, the problem, guys, the problem.
First round, like as in you would inject them first, or you would go in there and cut and splice and edit in on them first. I just want to make.
I would do it on myself. I wouldn't trust any scientist that wouldn't want to do the procedure on themselves, and I would do anything that I was advocating for my own body,
especially their son.
Sure. And so just so I can slap it with you one more time, dude. That's it. Yeah, for sure. And God, you just keep getting dog walked, dude. You keep running into this stuff, and you just look so bad here. It's so funny. I love it though. It's cool. I mean, it's really cool. You really got a hard on. You really got a hard on for Cox. It's great though. I love it. It's okay. Yeah. So anyway, so the problem is like. The problem with the RFK administration right now with the HHS is specifically they're actually removing funding for animal models and chimpanzee like testing. We go from human tissue culture in the cell based to like mouse models, and then there's usually like an intermediary to humans. So if you guys really care about causing less harm to humans, you should be really mad that RFK is actually removing those intermediary steps, and because it's definitely going to lead to more people being harmed because there aren't those adverse side effects that we find in the mouse and the other models. So I'm telling you, if you care about this stuff, you should be absolutely opposed to what RFK is doing.
I'm not okay. And the thing about it is you do have to move to human trials at some point in time.
Yeah, of course.
And then typically what happens, and I see that you're consistent. You're saying, you would test on yourself, your children, your wife, your mother, that sort of thing. And look, you're consistent. I agree with that. Look, you want to do it on yours. That's fine. But then here's a question. What if your child says, no, Dad, I don't want to be tested on? Would you still test on him?
Clay, he's not consistent because he called us unpatriotic, but then said he would make the government forcibly vaccinate every man, woman, child.
Yeah, well, that's what the history of the again. Maybe you were asleep, or maybe you were looking at trans porn. But during the debate, we talked about this, and we talked about George Washington and how he inoculated his teeth with smallpox. It's okay, just remove the dildos from your ears, and you can hear better. So now, you're cryballing. So hardy. Stop here. Stop here. So mad. You're so used to being mean.
Children, my turn. Backstage, I do have Dr. Darko here to back up Dr. Greg. So if you want to give Dr. Greg some backup, you got to send 10 to boot someone off the panel so we can get Dr. Darko. I don't know if Dr. Darko is actually a doctor, but we call him Dr. Darko nonetheless.
Stolen valor.
Janelle says, Dr. G, is there a cure for regressive inbreedism? I don't know if that's a funny question or a real question.
I mean, theoretically, it could be in the future. We were actually talking about that. Like there could be like if there was some problems. Like I mean, a good example I was actually, and we were talking about with JF is like he kept bringing up dogs, but through dogs genomics, then we know how inbred they are. They're actually being rescued by sequencing their genome and breeding them with other strains of dogs, right? So they're actually increasing the genetic diversity. They're increasing the quality of life for those animals because of genetics.
And Jim sending $10 just because I'm awesome. I love you too, Jim. Thank you so much. Dr. Darko, what you got for us? I know you're here to play.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Don't ruin my fun. Don't ruin my fun. You know?
But, yeah, no. I'm sad I missed the French dude. I really wanted to know where his wife was. Because we do have a cure for
no.
And it's called camping, apparently.
So could I get an answer to my last question? What if your child said, "No, Dad, I don't want to be tested on"?
I mean, so I think like no kid would want to have a surgery in general, but as a parent, you kind of figure out what you can do in order to mitigate harm for your child, and you have ultimate say. I mean, this is actually why I feel like parents that don't vaccinate their children should be charged with childhood neglect, because the kids that are in hospitals right now from vaccine preventable diseases, did they consent? Did they consent to have lifelong debilitating diseases now because of their parents didn't choose to vaccinate them? I mean, people really think about informed consent, but what about those children that never consented to have those diseases?
Bro, I love your consistency. However, now I'm going to ask you a good question.
Sweet.
This is going to challenge you.
How many genders does vaccines have? Sorry.
I don't do nonsense talk, man. I'm here to.
I'm with you. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. Honestly, Clay, I really appreciate your questions, bro. Genuinely.
Very good. So the parent, right? Because that's the parent, there's an autonomy that he has over the child. Now, you're not the parent of another person's child. What if all of a sudden now you've got somebody else's child in that clinical testing, and that child says, "I don't want to be the guinea pig"? At some point, there's going to be, and I do understand that adults do this thing where they actually can sign up for testing.
Yeah, that's how it all works. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a normal thing. Trial testing goes on all the time. You have to sign up for it. There's a bunch of waivers. But at some point, when does the child testing stop? Because that's somebody else's child. What if you don't get anybody to sign up their child for your trial testing?
They're not going to like force anyone to have like childhood testing that didn't sign up. I mean, but the question. I worry about this myself, bro.
Then they go to Africa and they do it on the poor. This is where the bioethics panels come in, because they'll offer them like, hey, we'll give you free medical care for the next 20 years, and we'll offer food and supplies and XYZ, things that you wouldn't normally have if you let us test X, Y, and Z on you.
Well, I mean, that's conflating some things. I mean, USAID is undoubtedly a good thing, and at USAID, I would absolutely help in the Ebola outbreak that's happening in Africa right now, and it's going to cause like thousands of more people to die because we are not involved in there, like specifically. The danger is what we're talking about in regards to RFK wanting to, and I'm glad that they pulled back from it because it's completely unethical. They wanted to actually do when viruses are present, they wanted to do a saline test on this one vaccine that we know is safe and safe and effective. And basically, they wanted to cause more harm to those people in order to have like a fake study that we don't actually need. So it's very what?
What's the name of the vaccine?
Somebody paid to
I don't
change
know.
his name.
I don't know. It was something.
This guy dances around every question.
It was okay.
You don't know the name. Hold on. You don't know the name of the vaccine. You just made a claim about it.
Yeah, it's I forget what it is. I don't know.
You know it was Daredevil the whole time.
Yeah.
No, hold on, guys. His gish galloping is spinning around, deflecting. You
Well,
just made a claim about the vaccine that you
Yeah.
said we know it's safe and
Yeah.
effective, but then I asked you that you said I don't know. You don't know the name of it.
Yeah.
So
we should. Oh, that's scientific. Continue.
Because
You're about to
it
get
actually
stuff
is
now.
scientific
Here
to
comes-
say you don't know when you don't know something. So I know
You just made
this
a
is
claim about
this is
being
what
safe and effective, sir. Why don't you understand how this works?
because that is how it works. There can be a vaccine that's safe and effective, and you don't need to cause more harm by
Communication,
subjecting
sir,
it.
You just made a statement, and then I asked you to give me the name of it so I could look it up.
Yeah,
Good
look it
faith,
up.
And
Look
you don't
at-
even know the fucking name.
Look at
so
it.
How are we supposed to listen to you?
Okay, let me explain this to you. Use all 10 of your brain cells and think about and put them to your hands and your fingers and think about this. I think you're going to need all of them. Oh, you're so mad. Oh, he's so mean to me. He's so mean to me. Oh, he's so mean to me. Oh, you're so mad. You're so mad. I love pushing your shit in. I love it. So okay, so look up the RFK. Look at listen to me. Just listen. Okay, please, you can just please. Yeah, you're so mad. Oh, why isn't he professional? Why isn't he just a punching bag? Yeah, I am a good scientist. I am. Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth.
Therefore, I talk money. Texas Bully Mom says you guys went full gay gauntlet on us. Girl cocks for sure. But here's for all of the fine gentlemen this evening.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves,
This message is sponsored in part by.
I don't appreciate lateral damage.
Look at
I
look.
did not talk about
That's Dr. Greg's screensaver already.
Oh, bro. Yeah, sure, bud. Sure, bud.
About safe and effective. Was
Look up RFK Africa vaccine trial. Look it up.
You already admitted there was a
We're gonna let Kraut wants to get out of here. Let's give him his final word so he can hit the hay. Go ahead, Kraut.
Yeah, give me like 30 seconds again. Always, Sarah. Thank you for having me. I think Greg here got his doctor's degree from the same place Joe Biden's wife got her doctor's degree. It's
Where'd you get yours?
outrageous that the guy wants to be taken seriously, but he admitted his science whole based on his biased opinions instead of factual things. And final thing is anybody that says the government should force us to do anything is not a true American. You
That's
can
bullshit.
gallop or
That's
way
wrong.
around it, but you're not a true American
No.
if you think the government should force us to do something.
You're just wrong. There are laws that are forced on you, bro. That's just what it is. That's how it works. Like laws are forced on you. Like,
hold on.
No,
That's
it's
to
not
make
wrong.
society
Laws aren't
a
forced on
safer
you.
place.
Laws aren't forced on you.
No.
That's to make society a safer place.
Yeah, that's how it works. That's how public health works.
Hold on. There's a difference, okay? Laws are enforced and are active because it protects my rights. It protects other people from impeding on my rights.
Exactly.
Forcing a vaccine is violating my rights. That's why they are optional. I can choose not to get them. I can choose not to give them to my child. I just don't have the option to send them to a public school unless I have some type of waiver or format, so on and so forth. So there's a very stark difference between laws that are there to protect me, right, from other people versus laws that would, if you were to force vaccines upon me without giving me the option to opt out.
So
Actually,
vaccines
Sarah, the state of Florida,
give
Sarah,
permission.
are-
Actually, vaccines give freedom because it allows people to be in rooms without viruses present. So it allows you to have vaccines. So
Can nobody hear me? Dr. Greg, go ahead. I heard everybody else, but Dr. Greg, I couldn't hear.
So vaccines allow people to go into a room without a virus present. So if an unvaccinated person comes into a room, you have removed the freedom and liberty of that room to be virus free, basically. And that unvaccinated person is choosing for everyone else in the room that they are going to be diseased. That's why they are actually being unvaccinated, is removing freedom and removing liberty from those people.
Wouldn't that other person be vaccinated, like measles, for instance, right? If you don't have the measles vaccination and I do, and then you contract measles and then we hang out and then now I have the vaccine, so I wouldn't get measles, right?
No, not necessarily. So you could have there's breakthrough cases, 3% of the cases, and people that have let's say like a cancer medication that makes them immune compromised. So those people are still important in our society, and we should absolutely care for them. That's why it's patriotic to be vaccinated.
How common are each of those cases?
Well, not only actually, I would go into the idea of this would be like an STD, right? If you contract an STD, you now have the due diligence to inform anyone else that you're sleeping with that you have an STD or that you're getting over it or you're on the meds and you shouldn't, right? You have due diligence. So if I contracted measles, now I have the due diligence to stay the fuck home.
And guess what? And yes, and if we had some way of visibly seeing the unvaccinated people in society, that I would be okay with that. But guess what, Sarah? Like, they are actually trying to remove quarantine orders at the state level in Republican states right now, and making it less more dangerous for people. So the hantavirus people, for example, there is only a suggested stay home for these people. These hantavirus people are not actually quarantining in the United States right now. They could be going to football. They could be. I know you're celebrating the idea of Americans living, but I'm actually or dying. But I'm actually a patriot, so that actually makes me frustrated. So yeah, you can stay mad. But the idea is that quarantining should be something about epidemiology, and we should actually do it.
American patriot.
He's a gay patriot.
Well,
only your girlfriend, bro.
Because when I go out into the public domain, I put myself at risk to get hit by a bus.
Mm-hmm.
I get myself put at risk to get shot, get mugged, trip on a curb, trip over a sewer. I going out into public domain, I have the recognition and acknowledgement that, hey, when I exit my private home, those risks now increase to anything. I'm now subjecting myself to the public and what it may have, right?
Exactly. And that's what public health is. So public health is the idea that it is something shared between all people. That's why we call it public health. And when people poison the well of public health, they're harming everyone.
But see, I am subjecting myself to that risk by going into public domain, right? I can choose to stay the fuck home. If I think that there's a fear factor of measles or was it whatever that other one you said, COVID, so on and so forth, like all of these boogeyman, getting shot, that getting hit by a bus, all of those things, like I can choose the direction of entering or exiting public domain and what risks I could carry along the way, right? That is still my due diligence as a person and what risk factors I'm willing to subject myself to.
And the idea is that these are vaccine preventable illnesses and that we actually have a vaccine for it. So there's no vaccine against car accidents. There's no vaccine against being shot. There's no vaccine against that kind of stuff. And there is for this thing. So that's the thing.
Hold on. Would everybody just shut the fuck up and let me walk this through, please? Thank you. I don't talk much, but when I have a fucking thing to say, I want everyone else to shut the fuck up, please.
Respect women.
Calm down.
Thank you. So who's saying calm down? Are you telling me to calm down?
I'm just saying, like, when you get irate, it's kind of sexy.
Okay, shut up, Simon.
Yeah.
I don't want Simon to think I'm sexy. You take a little time out in the back for a minute, Simon. Fuck, now I lost my thought. So
you were saying preventative measures when you cross the street and hit by a car, and
right. And what did you respond to that with? I apologize.
That we have vaccines in order to prevent that. I mean, so like
okay. Yes, I got it. Thank you. So then why am I even getting the vaccine if I then am not necessarily overly protected by going out into the public domain by this, because there's still this 3% or this percent or this chance or that chance of something happening. Like at that point, why the fuck would I get it if it's not going to make a difference anyways?
It does make a difference.
And go full raw dog out into the public domain and say, fuck it, whatever.
It does make a difference when enough of us come together and all get vaccinated, because then you basically you eliminate the chance for a virus to go from one to another and community spread. And you basically allow it to mutate less, spread less disease. People are healthier overall. So that's the idea. I mean, it's the same idea that like the same thing we have, and you're talking about car accidents. Think about red lights. Okay, red lights exist, but yet people, there is some percentage of people that die from running through red lights. So is the example like, oh, we should just raw dog every single intersection and red lights do nothing? What if you were a red light abolitionist and you were like, red lights are fascism?
Driving. The raw dog would be driving, right? Like I should at this rate, I should just either not drive or just drive reckless to begin with, right? It doesn't matter. Might as well have my fun. That's why the Autobahn exists, right? But
there's still rules and regulations in the Autobahn.
Well, it would be like where we have condoms. It's a choice. What you're saying is everyone should wear condoms mandatory to stop STDs, or no one should kiss to stop herpes. Whereas it's a choice. Like that's the obeying laws, which are guidelines. And you're saying like we should have a wall that electrocutes anyone that crosses the street to prevent death.
Well, I think the biggest point here too is education, right? So we all know what red lights do. We all know what condoms do. We all know what the guardrails are for. But when it comes to medical advancement, specifically when it comes to, well, I don't want to get into gene editing because we're at this point we're into vaccines. If you're talking about vaccines, it's very important for you to know exactly what this vaccine is doing. Like if you tell me, oh, it's just going to fix you, that's bullshit. I'm just not going to believe you, and I'm not going to take the vaccine, right? You're a doctor. You're actually supposed to show me, educate me, but you don't. Instead, you say it's going to fix you. If the government takes that same approach with red lights and street lines and guardrails and speed limits, and they don't tell you why it's beneficial, then you're just an idiot blindly following another idiot who probably also doesn't know why it's actually needed.
Well, have you seen any study that shows that?
Even at that, I can shut up, Simon. Shut up, Simon. I can still. Okay, let me do it again. I can still drive my truck on my own property without getting a license, without getting tags, without getting registering my vehicle. I can still raw dog my truck in my own property. If I have 10 acres, I can drive my truck all around. The government can't do anything about it because I'm not on public domain. The minute I enter public domain, now I'm regulated because they pave those roads. That's their space that they created for me to utilize, and I have to utilize it under their regulations, right? But for me to walk off of my property and walk across the field or walk down the sidewalk, that I'm not necessarily getting hit by like, oh, you must be vaccinated to enter the public domain, right?
Yeah, if we were hermetically sealed and every single person like had their own little like cube that we didn't leave and we didn't need to interact with one another, then vaccines wouldn't be necessary because viruses wouldn't be a problem. I mean, the problem is viruses, guys. I mean, it's humans versus viruses, and vaccines are the best way that we know how to deal with viruses. Like the problem is viruses. It's humans versus viruses, and you guys are taking the viruses side against humans. I'm taking the human side. Like if there was some way of not needing vaccines and we could still deter and kill these viruses and stop the spread of them, then and it was more efficacious, then people would just go with that.
Don't you inject
I have a question.
Go ahead for the win.
Dr. Greg, this is kind of piggybacking after our last conversation. I have a couple questions. What are your thoughts on the MMR vaccine?
Measles is the most infectious disease that we know of, and it only makes other viruses more deadly too on top of that. So it's like incredibly important that people get the MMR vaccine.
Okay. And when it comes to clinical trials, how many people should be in a clinical trial?
I don't know. I don't do that research.
Okay.
Typically, you'd have about age range you dealing with when it comes.
You guys, shut the fuck up, Simon. Just kick him the fuck back again. What? Jesus Christ.
Why are you swearing at me, bro?
Because you keep talking like a fucking moron. Shut up.
All right.
That's fair.
What?
That's fair.
What? No, it ain't fair. I don't.
Shut up.
You swear at me for no reason, bro. Like I'm trying to have a conversation.
I'm trying to have a conversation right now. You keep opening your fucking
Why
app.
you mad at me all of a sudden? Like Jesus Christ.
Go ahead for the win.
Typically, you'd have tens of thousands of people in a clinical study.
No, I was trying to ask a question, okay? And you.
Go ahead for the win.
Thank you. So typically you should have tens of thousands of people in a clinical study. So when we do a clinical study, do you think we should have placebo control, Dr. Greg?
We do, and they do. The vaccines do have the saline and placebo controls. They've had them. They don't run it every single time, but they have them. Yeah.
Well, specifically with the MMR one, it was FDA licensed in 1978, and we finally got data from what they did in this trial 41 years later in 2019, and they're saying that they had a trial done of 834 children. It had no placebo control, and it was only reviewed safely for 42 days after injection.
Okay.
So,
I mean, do you think that that's the only study? Do you think that's the only time that it's ever been like studied, like in this stuff?
Issues within 42 days of receiving that vaccine.
Dude, I mean, there's tons of the different researchers across those years that have like looked into this. It's not just one thing, and that's it. Like that's not true.
So you're saying your research is like absolute, and we should believe you?
I'm never saying science is absolute about anything.
Increased population with these gastrointestinal issues.
Yeah, I'll drop this in the back chart for you guys. You can take a look at this. So, I mean, if I'm looking for informed consent, and I'm anticipating the experts that be are doing safe clinical trials with tens of thousands of people, not 834 children, and I would expect there to be a placebo control. If you're not going to have a placebo control, how accurate is this data that we're getting? And then on top of that, they went ahead and gave the licensure for it.
Okay.
And before anybody else responds, I must do a quick grift break because I wasn't paying attention, but you only have 3 minutes to hit that dono goal and finish it. You are currently 7 out of 10. You only have to hit up 3 more if you want to keep the show going. 3 more. That's it. Just 3 more. Let's hit it. Because if you don't hit the 3 donos, then you're going to have to hit another full red dono. And I don't want to do that to you. So hurry up, get those 3 in, and we're going to keep on going. All right. Back to you two.
I mean, so what I'm looking for is, more people, placebo control, and a longer term study done more than 42 days.
Okay. Bro,
so what you're telling me, just seems like if you're going to get licensure on this, something happened in the chain of command that allowed this to get licensure when it clearly should have never gotten that.
Okay, so I mean, there's tons and dozens of studies against this stuff. Like, it's not just one study. You're making it like that this one thing is the linchpin that unravels the entire thing, and that's just not the case, bro. There's dozens. But if that was erroneously done and it was a fallacious study, then there would be subsequent studies that would have found that it was not replicatable and that it was wrong.
Okay. So then they did another clinical trial, which had a total of just 102 children with it. 64 of the 102, or nearly 63% of them, experienced gastrointestinal illness, and that 43 or 42% of the children experienced upper respiratory illness within the first 42 days following the administration. Okay. So again, they did another follow-up study, and we still have an even smaller sample size, and they're still neglecting what actually happened. They just throw it to the side.
So are you saying that? So I just want to make sure you're saying that that the measles virus is less dangerous than the vaccine?
No, what I'm saying is that to the line of safe and effective as a consumer and having informed consent, the folks that did this clinical trial that got its FDA licensure for didn't follow the fucking rules. And then
you don't know what the rules are. What's your training?
A placebo group.
What's your training?
As a scientist, I believe that you should agree with those things.
What's your training?
And
I mean, you don't know
have
that.
A longer time span than just 42 days.
You don't know that. You don't. I mean, 42 days could have just been the incubation period that they were trying to look for. That's what happens with. I mean, we saw that in South Carolina and all these outbreak states. That's basically the inoculation period of that period, and the quarantine was probably over, so they didn't need to look at it any longer. So why would you need 40? It doesn't mean
you only need. You only need 2 more donos now. Simon, who are you trying to drop?
That dude with the I don't know. Wisconsin, welcome you. What the fuck you talking about? Like, drop that motherfucker.
He's trying to drop for the win.
Maybe he's from Minnesota.
What? Simon, what's their face look like?
I don't know because they ain't got a face. It got some sort
Okay,
of
is it the one that says Wisconsin?
some lightning and all that shit.
All right. For the win, to the back for 10 minutes. I'll set a timer. But you guys, you only owe 2 more donos. I'll give you an extra 60 seconds to hit it, or else we go into hit it or quit it mode, which you have to send 1 full red dono. All right, Jim's got 1 more in. I will give you a chance to save it. 1 more. Oh, I think you got it. Hold on. I just accidentally. There you go. And Texas Bully Mom says, drop Simon. All right.
Yeah.
Simon, what goes around comes around. You got 10 minutes in the back with your buddy for the win. Shout out to you, Chad. I knew you could do it. You're getting another hour. And Lion says, here. And then they all come in at the same. You guys had a full hour, and then you wait till the last 30 seconds. Shout out to all of you guys. All right, Uncle Fatty sends with the 666 says, question for anti-vaxxers on panel. All right. Y'all, you like the whole my body, my choice thing? Yeah. But would I be able to assume you're also anti-abortion? All right, Spin, let's start with you because I know that one hits you the hardest.
Can you read it again, please?
Sure. Anti-vaxxers on panel. Y'all are like my body, my choice. Yeah. But would I be able to assume you're also anti-abortion?
I'm pro-life. Absolutely.
Not little kids or elderly though. You want them to be killed. You want 5 million of those to be killed every year.
What he's saying?
How can you allude to something you don't even know?
Because you're not for vaccines, so therefore you want the 5 million people to be killed every year.
Is everybody to line? You know what, Ben?
Let's let them have it.
You said this last night. You said this last night. Please bring Ben up as well.
Who's Ben?
Ben said something very, very smart last night, as usual. He said in the military, the military made him line up and all the rest of the people to get a shot of penicillin. Did you or did you not say it?
Yeah.
We definitely had to do that.
For sure.
So
and anthrax too.
In your dumbass fucking twisted logic, we should all just line up and take every vaccine that the government would deem to be, appropriate. Am I hitting it right on the head?
No, I don't think that we should force people because we should incentivize people. So I like the idea that Australia does this. Basically, you get your child tax credit if you vaccinated your child. So everyone would get basically $8,000 a year if they vaccinated their child. If you don't want to vaccinate your kid, it's gonna cost you $8,000 a year.
Did you actually go to school? Did you actually go to a school, sir? Or did you get an online PhD? So it's a legitimate
Are you
question.
okay, dude? Are you okay? Are you like all my entire academic background and all 8 of my peer review publications are available and online. You can read my dissertation. You can read my dissertations of how and how well. Look, dude. Look it. I'll talk about it. Okay. You asked about my credentials, and I just want to let you know. Okay. I'll talk about it. It's okay. I'll talk about it right now. My credentials. Okay. So basically, I have I'm really well credentialed in ravaging your mom every night and giving her pleasure that she's never had.
What's the matter?
So basically every single night I please her in ways that your dad never could, and basically your dad pays me every single night in order to just actually give her pleasure in her life. That's it.
You know what?
So basically that's what I got my PhD in. It's specifically your mom too. She so it's been great. So I really appreciate her and all the money.
If I start talking about your wife and your kids, you wouldn't be offended, right?
Go ahead. But I'm telling you that I joke. I'm sorry.
We walk a different line, gentlemen. And go ahead and get off this one. There's plenty of things to insult.
They're saving you. See, they saved you. Oh, you couldn't handle it. You couldn't handle it. You couldn't. They're saving you. They're saving you. They're saving you. You can be so mad. You can be so mad.
You have been indoctrinated by stupidity, brother.
But your mom. But guess what? Your mom. Look it. I'm indoctrinated. Look. Okay. Look it. I'm sorry. Let's calm down. I'm indoctrinated. Look. No. I'm sorry. I apologize. I am indoctrinated, but your mom is indoctrinated every single night by me.
Hey, Sarah.
I mean, your mom jokes back from middle school is funny.
Dog walk, dude, just over and over again.
Go ahead, Spin. What's up?
Oh God! Oh my God! This is amazing. This is so fun.
Hold on.
Oh, so
your
fun.
mom jokes are obviously like the middle school. Your mom's so fat she uses a boomerang to get her belt on kind of thing. But if it bothers you, Spin, I'll remove the speed date.
If you're soft, if you're too soft, let me know.
Don't remove the speed date.
If you're soft, are you too soft for a mom joke, dude?
Are you too soft to realize that a man is a woman and a woman is a man?
Okay, so like a lot of girl cock talk. It's okay. We're back to it. Okay. What's her name, dude? What's her name? What is the who is getting $100 a month OnlyFans for you, dude? Who is her name? What is her name? I want to check her out. I mean, honestly, like you really love this girl. So it's okay. I mean, it's okay.
Why can't you answer a simple question?
Why can't you answer mine? What's her name? Like, why do you care so much? I mean, I know why you care so much about her, but be honest with yourself. It's okay.
You said you're a scientist,
so yeah,
you understand biology, right?
Okay, yeah.
So then you would agree that you said Rachel Levine is a woman.
Yes.
Why do you think Rachel Levine is a woman?
Because people would look at her and they would see a woman.
But biologically, is she a woman?
Does she have I will. You just have to tell me, where do babies come from?
Not a dude's ass.
I know. But where do they come from? Explain the process to me. Where does the fertilized egg implant?
In a woman.
Where in the woman?
In the uterus.
Okay.
Fuck.
Okay, good. All right, awesome. Yes, she doesn't have a uterus. So yes, I would say that she cannot birth people. Yes, she is a woman. Yes.
I'm done with this fucking moron.
Oh, you're gonna crash out again? You can be saved again. You just keep getting saved, bro. They just keep having to save. So mad. Oh my God, Sarah, can we just make this a weekly thing? This is so fun. I mean, this is a great time. This is crazy.
Do,
I mean, that's like so fun.
Jokes with Dr. Greg.
I love it. I love it so much.
And this is why radical people are not accepted, because of your clouded judgment, sir.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Go look in a mirror.
Hold on, though.
Look in a mirror, bro.
Hold on. I guess what was the person's name? Spin Levine.
Rachel Levine.
Okay, that's all I needed. So Dr. Greg, let me ask.
Okay.
Is Rachel Levine and myself the same?
Yeah.
As far as being a woman?
Yes. So like you're not going to have the same capability of like being pregnant, obviously. But the thing is when someone looks at you, you're not looking at your genitals or your chromosomes in order to attest whether or not you're a woman or not. So that's just what it is.
I don't know.
That isn't woman
What the fuck are you talking about? I don't see a woman
as an apple. It has a banana.
Okay. I like it. I know. You guys, I get it. You guys like the
Filipino lady boy.
I know. You guys, yeah, exactly. You guys like the more like. I know.
Dude.
Okay.
Would you fuck her?
That is a dude.
Would you fuck him?
Oh.
What? I mean,
That's a good question,
I'm
actually.
happily married, so I mean, I know that you're. I know. Wait. Are you saying? Wait. Are you offering an OnlyFans subscription? If that does happen, is that what you're trying to do? I don't want to. Is that what's going on?
Shut up, so I can ask the question properly. God, you guys are so much on dick measuring, for fuck's sake. Okay, so if this Rachel Levine, scientifically as they are, surgically and whatnot, looked like a really hot woman, and you were not married. You were not married, so this is no offense to your lovely wife. I'm sure she's very lovely, but let's just pretend you're a 22-year-old single dude. Would you willingly I guess, do a dude like who, like you're claiming it's still a woman, right?
Yeah, I mean,
So
I wouldn't mind dating a trans woman. No.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Kraut, oh, sorry. You know what? Kraut brought in a question earlier and I missed it. Kraut says, laws also don't force you to do anything. They stop you from anything that can cause harm or impede someone else, essentially. I think those were shots fired at you, Dr. Greg, if you want to respond to it.
I mean, they force me to stop when I want to go on a red light. I mean, it definitely forces me to do something. So that's just incorrect.
Because
no, it prescribes punishment if you do something against the law.
Yes,
laws don't have any force. They're just a prescription.
Denial.
Okay.
Right. This is where force doctrine would kind of come into place on this conversation, and we've yeah.
I mean, if you want to follow the chain to its absurdity all the way back, yeah, eventually at the end is a guy with a gun. But like, most people aren't going to face that for a traffic ticket.
How dare you? I'm a red light absolutionist, and I think they're ridiculous. How dare you?
All right. Kraut also says, by Greg's logic, if I dress up as a cop, I'm an actual cop. Liberal logic 101. Any thoughts to that?
I mean, I'm sure. Yeah, and I got $10 more, and you could get a trans woman to dress up as a freaking cop, and then you guys would be on your way. You know what I mean? So there you go.
Well, I guess I mean, because that's kind of a lot of what we're seeing. I mean, if I where would you stand if I surgically went and had myself to change my ears to dog ears, put a tail on, and then I start walking around on all fours? Maybe I added like 6 more nipples down my abdomen, right? Maybe I actually did some kind of hair growth, hair placement on the rest of my body so I have fur. Would you then say I was a dog?
No, because there's no mechanism to say that like there are dogs within the human population. Like trans people exist, like in or outside of the trans people weren't constructed like and created by liberalism. I know you guys don't think so that is the truth, but they exist.
What is
nobody denies that the human being exists.
No, you literally are. You're saying that trans people don't exist and that they're dudes. You literally are saying that they don't exist. That's the point. That's the trans people exist.
They just have a mental
Exactly. So you're saying that they don't exist. So you're saying that they don't exist, and that's not true. That's just not true.
They exist. They have a mental illness.
Can I get an answer from this guy?
Go ahead, Clay.
Vaccine for mental health? Maybe you need to take it.
Go ahead, Clay. Go ahead, Clay.
That was beautiful. Good job, dude.
What exactly is? And I want the real answer, not just what you think. What is a trans person?
I mean, a trans person is someone that doesn't identify with the body that they're in currently.
No, that is incorrect, sir.
Oh, okay. So why'd you ask that question then?
In science, right, when we're talking about genetics, especially from a guy who's supposed to know genetics, it has something to do with the chromosomes, correct?
Like I said, a trans person is someone that does not identify with the gender that their body currently is in.
So then don't tell me what you think it is. So tell me from a actual scientist what it is.
That's what it is.
A trans person from a scientist.
That is what it is. I don't understand. That literally is what it is.
It's a person who thinks that they're thinking things. Guy, dude, you are not a scientist.
No, it's someone whose gender identity doesn't match like their biological sex or their gender expression.
Didn't I say that? Didn't I say that? Is that okay?
Which means mental health.
No.
Is there a vaccine to fix a trans person?
So I think I'm a dog.
There's gender affirming care to help trans people, and that's what it is.
Species.
That's what it is.
Spin, I still don't think you understand exactly what a vaccine is. like that's, we need
so
to,
true.
We really need to nail this down. The difference between like a vaccine and like a medication for a cure and stuff like that. There is a difference.
A vaccine is medication. Is there
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Fucking way.
No, it's not. No. I want to vaccine. Just against
a
you.
Medication would be like I could get a shot for like, what is it? I get a shot every now and then when I get really, really, really bad migraines. It's like it's a combination of like Benadryl and something else. And they give it to me in like an IV or a shot form, depending on what they're giving me. But like that is a medication to fix something. A vaccine is like it gives you the virus. It's just enough of the virus, like a beat down version. Like they beat the shit out of this virus. They're like, fuck you, virus.
Yeah, like me, right?
And then they weakened it all the way, and then they give it to you, and your body, your immune system, how it attacks it, like it goes and like it creates a pattern over top of it. It's like, oh, I got this motherfucker. But then it memorizes that pattern for later. So next time any type of stronger versions of that virus come in, it's your system, your immune system's already built for it, and it's already multiplied with that pattern. So it's like, we know what we're doing, and it takes it away.
Amazing.
That is a vaccine. So if you say, is there a vaccine to fix this? Like, that's not what a vaccine is meant to do.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
100% correct.
That makes absolute sense. Well, I said it that way to fucking destroy his dumb, stupid logic.
Wow.
I don't think
you
that's
did.
how that works.
That was so good. That you're so okay. Go back on mute and think about something else to smart to say for the next 5 minutes. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You need to take some medication, brother.
Okay, buddy. Okay.
And you need to stop telling yourself that you are a patriot.
Oh, I am a patriot, dude. Guess what? Oh, how dare you? How dare? Wait, one second. Excuse me. I need some patriot affirming care. 1 second.
I appreciate Dr. Craig's willingness to be so combative with you guys. Everybody's doing great tonight. Just know to shut up when I'm talking. Lawrence with the big 5 says, hello, lovely lady Sarah. Hello to you, Lawrence. Sarah, if
All day, dude. All day. This is my Americape. Where's your Americape? Huh? Where's your Americape, buddy? Huh? This is mine. This is my Americape, buddy. So cry about it, dude.
5'7"?
Yeah, you okay? Who has a Americape right now? I do. I have an Americape. Deal with it, dude.
Hold on. I need to know the backstory of how you have this just lying around on hand.
Wait. Nobody else has an Americape? You don't have an American flag cape? I don't understand. Nobody else? That's just me. Okay, I guess. Okay.
I guess we don't desecrate the flag.
Okay.
Like an asshole.
Yeah, that's against flag code, Dr. Greg. I'm sorry.
Dude, I hate the flag code. I say fuck the flag code. I mean, that's a separate debate, but yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, that depends if it's made from a flag or if it's just made to look like a flag.
Dr. Frodo and I about patriotism.
I love it.
Goodness. All right. Lawrence says, if Spin City and Dr. Greg were in a boxing ring to fight, who would win? Well, okay, number one, Spin is in a wheelchair. So because of that, he automatically, by default, loses a lot of points. All right. And Dr. Greg looks like he either is a runner or a cycler of some sort. So I would give him a lot of, stamina. He probably has a lot of stamina to go a few rounds. So I think in this event, Spin would probably give his best wheel forward, but I still think Greg would probably win on the boxing match.
Thank you.
Right? I hope my assessment works.
It's jujitsu. I do jujitsu, so that's my thing. So,
but I promise it wouldn't be a very fair fight.
Oh, okay. Well, another pussy has to use a weapon, has to use his gun, just can't use his hands. It's okay. I mean, a lot of you guys are like that. It's okay.
Anything about a weapon?
Oh, okay. Right.
It would be fair because jujitsu, he'd get on his butt and scoot towards Spin.
Yeah.
So they'd be like on the same level. They'd be both doing this.
Yeah, exactly. Totally fair. Exactly.
Come out of your fucking libtard state of California and come to Florida. We'll do it.
Oh, okay. You got it, buddy. You got it. Any day.
Is this Rex Kwon Do from Napoleon Dynamite right now?
All right. Crowd says, what can happen if you run a red light, Dr. Greg? Could it cause harm? Therefore, we have that law to try to stop harm.
Yeah.
Crowd, I think that actually speaks more towards what Dr. Greg was saying.
I love that. Exactly. Thank you. W.
Yeah.
Based and true.
But but they couldn't force me to drive either.
Yeah. If you exactly, I mean, the argument would be basically like, I'm going to run the red light. I don't believe in red lights, and I can only hit you if you're going forward. So it doesn't matter. I'm just going to go forward.
But people also have the choice of whether they want to enter the roads or not, right? You have the choice of whether you want to enter the public domain in a vehicle and risk somebody not stopping at the red light.
I mean, I would say that a lot of people, like, because of work and because of the reality of where we are, don't really have the choice in order to, use their vehicles. It's kind of like it's a public space that we have, that we regulate.
I mean, the Amish choose buggies all the time. Like they ride around on horses too, so it's not there are options. I know grown ass adults who absolutely have refused to get in a car and drive and get their driver's license, who are around all of our ages. Grown adults that just refuse to do it. To me, it's like, why? But to them, they're like, I just don't want to drive, right? So they have that ability.
Yeah. With bridges. Same thing with bridges. I know people who will not cross a bridge.
Yeah. Or
Again,
go on highways. I know a lot of people that won't go on the Beltway.
Mm-hmm.
And so that is their choice. But see, like in your instance, you're saying, hey, it's safe. You have to go across the Beltway now. That is your only way to go. You have to. And you're saying everybody has to drive a vehicle. If
you wanted to pay $8,000 a year to have your kid unvaccinated, then that would be okay. I mean, whatever.
That's where we get into the punitive damages, right? So
it's not punitive. I mean, it's like it's $8,000 for vaccinating your child. It's a benefit. You're paying people to do something.
What?
Well, and you got to add in what he's really saying is
people.
It's safe because I say so now, even though it wasn't safe before. Even though it wasn't safe before, it's safe now because he already admitted that some of the vaccines got pulled from the market for not being safe, but also still holds to the safe and effective mantra.
I don't have $8,000.
Yes, sir.
If I don't have $8,000, are you just going to take my child then?
You don't get paid the $8,000 then. I mean, you don't have to. You're not charged $8,000.
Oh, you're going to give me $8,000, so you're going to penalize the rest of society who doesn't choose to do that.
What do you? Well, I mean, that's that's the Australian model.
So that's a penalty, sir. On everybody else.
No, absolutely not. So there's a lot of different models on
my tax dollars and give it to somebody else.
Yes.
Who's getting paid $8,000?
So we were reviewing I don't think that you should be strapped down and pushed like vaccines into your body if you don't want it, but I think that there's two ways of going through things, enforcing good behavior in society, right? You can either do a punitive measure where you're charging people like a fee. We do that in Germany. Paris does that. It's like a one-time fee. If you don't vaccinate your kid against something, it's like a $500 fee, and you just pay that, and then that's it. In the United States, we basically make it mandatory in order to vaccinate your kid in order to go to public school. That's kind of like our friction. I personally like the Australian model where they basically pay you $8,000 a year to have a vaccinated child.
Can you name a separate law that incentivizes in this way here in the U.S.? A single one.
In the U.S., no, probably, but they do the same with like compulsory voting in Australia, where you get paid to vote. So I think that's a good model.
Why do you think it is that the U.S. does not give money to people for incentive for any other program?
I mean, because I think that we fundamentally lack patriotism and we lack caring about one another.
Yeah, but it's still an incentive even to have kids.
That's not giving tax.
Yeah, it would be something completely new, Clay. It would be something completely new.
Made her way to the panel, and I'm going to make room for her. So everybody else, shut up. Go ahead, Mrs. Palderson.
I find it abhorrent to think that it's worth bribing a parent to potentially put their child at risk against their own better judgment. What if you disagree with me? And so what if I went and I bribed your child with $8,000 not to get the vaccine?
Okay. All right.
Why
Democracy.
are we bribing over children? And they're like, I'm going to bribe you as the government to put your child at risk.
It's called coercion because you know who's going to be able to do that? The only people who are going to be able to have the option would be people who don't need $8,000, right? So the poor, the people who don't have the means or access to money, they look at that $8,000 as, hey, I need that. I need that more than I need my options.
It's also
I mean that's how it works
testing
currently too.
trials, you can only give the people so much. You're not allowed to give them $8,000 in a testing trial for
Of course
that
you can.
very reason.
Of course you can.
Right.
People get paid to do research trials all the time. That's not true.
but it's not
And I mean, I can tell, guys, I can tell you, I can tell you right now that you guys don't actually view. I want to tell you, guys, I want to tell you that you guys don't actually agree with any of the positions that you have, because you know who the most vaccinated state is in the country?
Your mom's.
Okay, good try. That's a good try. I like
Not
that.
a clue.
Yeah, exactly. You would think that, I mean, I would think my hypothesis would be like Massachusetts, Delaware, something that's like small, compact, liberal or something like that. But in reality, the number one vaccinated state, Alabama, because they don't have any religious or personal exemptions in their vaccines, and they were over 97% vaccinated. So I basically want just the same politics as Alabama. That's what I'm copying. So you guys think that it's like some liberal conspiracy, but in reality, it's just literally Alabama.
What's your stupidity?
Oh, good try, dude. Another 5 minutes. Have a good one. See ya. Try to make another coherent thought.
Go ahead, Mrs. Balderson.
When you combine vaccines now with the gene editing that we're talking about, we don't even understand studies that were done 47 years ago. We're just now finding out the actual results of. What makes us think that we're not going to start treating diseases with gene editing that aren't actually the result of previous gene editing and or vaccinations or medications? How many things that we treat now are not actual diseases? They're just an over-medication. We're changing the body's chemistry. We're making everything so toxic that it's reacting in ways that we can't predict. What if we then go in and mutate somebody's genes based on something that was an adverse reaction to something we did to them?
So this is figured out we figured this stuff like the mechanistic approach to medicine. So like basically we understand how like proteins work, then how genes make a protein, and then we look at the deleterious mutations in that DNA of that protein, and then we study this in human tissue culture. So basically human cells that are just single celled, and then we see if that mechanism fundamentally still holds true, and that wouldn't have any of the nutrition or terrain theory that you're kind of talking about. So it would be found in those mechanisms.
I love that you just tried to like make it seem like it's ridiculous that I would think that things we put in the body might affect it.
I literally said how we test that and how we do test that. I didn't say it was absurd at all. I was literally laying out how it's like what you're talking about is tested.
We're testing things over very short periods of time. We're not testing generations later. We're not testing 10 years later. We're testing after, you said, in a single cell replication.
Yeah.
That's not a human, an entire human functioning system.
True.
That's not the same. And that's not
We know
seeing
that.
how generations later is going to react to that.
We know that, and that's why it's multiple models. So that's why we have single-celled human tissue culture. That's why we have animal models. That's why we have other like animal models, and then we have human trials. So it's not just one
None
thing.
of that is foolproof. So why are we going to penalize people either monetarily or with lack of access to the system because they don't trust the science? They're willing to take a risk, or they just don't believe that what they're being told is true.
Because
why
the
are
risk-
we going to take freedom away from people based on something that is not settled, that is not known long term?
It is settled. Once it's gone through the FDA trials and stuff, it is settled. That's the whole idea. It's not experimental once it becomes a medicine and it's given to you.
Science doesn't work that way.
Yes, it
Science
does.
is never settled.
Yes, I mean it continually researched, but we're not going to say, "Oh my gosh, no way, there's no viruses," and we thought viruses existed this entire time. Oh my gosh, that's just not. Yeah, that's
No
not.
one's going to go back and research it then in 10 years or 15
Yes,
or
we
40
do.
years.
Yes, we do.
To see.
No, that's
If it's
fundamentally
settled,
not.
why
No,
would
I'm telling.
you waste
I'm
money
telling
and your
you.
funding on settled science.
No,
You
that's
just
not true. So again, this is I can tell you as a research scientist, I'm telling you that we test those hypotheses over and over and over again as we go forward. So the hypotheses get stronger and stronger over time, so that we can better understand it. We can better understand it with new technologies that we have, new understandings, new mechanistic, computer modeling, that kind of stuff. So we better understand things over time.
Can I point out that, Greg, you lied, dude. Alabama, and I have it, just a cursory search, right? I have it if you want to pull it up.
Yeah.
Massachusetts is the most vaccinated state.
Oh,
and
what?
then I asked the
Did it
question,
change?
just a cursory search, right? And then I asked the question, where's Alabama on that list? It says it's 49th overall.
Because it changed because of the vaccine. Because basically in 2024, because of a case of it's insanity, a judge actually overrode that idea and they changed it. So it's that's awful, dude. I didn't know that it dropped by that much. I mean, thank you for telling me. That's awful, dude.
Well, how can I trust you on that when?
You can check it out. Check it out. Alabama.
Let me put it in a way that it would be okay. So, and here's why Clay is saying this, Dr. Greg, because you sat here and you said Alabama's the most because of XYZ, blah, 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 blah. But then, and in the reverb, you went and said, oh, yeah, I forgot there was this 2024 case where the judge actually did all of this stuff. Wouldn't that already ring a bell to say that, because you were saying because they have these state laws and yada yada, but then you said in 2024 a judge went in and kicked all that out.
Yeah.
So you're even if Alabama was still the most vaccinated, you're still kind of being disingenuous about the state laws after you knowingly understood that in 2024 a judge kicked all of those out.
No, they're them denying personal exemption and religious exemptions made them the most vaccinated state. Those two things are absolutely true, and that's what I'm talking about.
But the judge, you're saying the judge came in
and there was
a big case where the judge overruled a bunch of stuff.
And the judge is wrong.
The Senate also passed the rule.
But hold on. But you're saying he overruled it, and basically the religious waiver and the option to opt out now are okay for that state to utilize.
Correct.
I could live in Alabama.
I don't know what the current thing is. I know that did happen. I don't know what the current thing. I'm assuming because basically all the Republican states are trying to push in as much harm into these states in terms of vaccine prevention. So I'm sure that religious and personal exemption, as with all the Republican states, are in there.
You're calling it harm, but the state is actually forcing people to go against their own will. And forcing them to vaccinate in those cases. And then the court decided that, wait a minute, this goes against people's belief systems. No, we can't force them to do this. So the court's actually siding with the people.
No, the court's siding with misinformation.
With what Clay just brought up, showing you said it was the first top state that was vaccinated, right? Mm-hmm. And you're saying just 2 years ago, a judge came in and said, fuck that. If you have a religious waiver, if you want to opt out, you have the right to do so, XYZ. And they immediately got booted to the 49th place.
It's
Clay,
awful.
Was that what it said?
It's awful.
That's what it said.
So if it would, and here's my point is, when you don't allow people to have an option, of course they're going to be the highest in the state of being vaccinated because they don't have the choice to avoid it.
Yes.
However, now they've been given the option, and in only 2 years it took for them to drop down to be in the 49th place on that list.
I know that's awful.
And there's the states,
and all those kids are now harmed because of it.
And I guess what that shows is that people have the right to choose those types of things in terms of what you can force into our bodies and not. Correct?
No, it shows that basically this whole the thing around vaccines is an ideology that's pushed from the pandemic, and people didn't care about these things in Republican states before the pandemic. And the example is Alabama. Alabama, if people really cared about personal freedom and personal liberty and informed consent, where were you guys in 2018, 2017 pushing that the freedom for Alabamians to exist without vaccines? You were nowhere. So I'm saying
No, that's not true. That's not the way the law works.
That's definitely how it works. No, the law is wrong. No, that's the law doesn't catch up. That just you have someone
something
that
happens.
no.
It's not like something happens and then all of a sudden there's a law against it, right? It's actually there's like years sometimes. Literally, the Civil War happened because of a specific ideology that later was reformed with the Civil Rights Act, right? So the idea that law just happens immediately because something bad happened, that's not true. Enforcing people to take vaccines against their will is a bad thing. That's why the law is now catching up.
No, I mean the judge is wrong. The judge is wrong, and again, you guys didn't care. You didn't care. You didn't care about this 10 years ago, bro. Like Republicans didn't care about this 10 years ago, and because the evidence is in the pudding.
You just believe they didn't.
No, they didn't. They didn't. Nobody, bro. Nobody was protesting Alabama and the freedom for Alabamians.
And here's the thing, it's not a Republican Democrat issue,
It is.
right?
It is.
Everybody cares about their kids. The people care about their kids. What you're proposing is that the government needs to step in to tell the parents how to raise their fucking children.
The vaccine hesitancy rate has dropped precipitously on the Republican side and not the Democratic side, and independents not so much, not as much.
Why does
So
it matter
it's
about
specifically
that?
Well,
that.
the Democrat hesitancy was when Donald Trump was in office and all the Democrats came out and said,
that's not
this
true.
isn't tested.
No.
It's not tested.
No, it's because
not
you know why?
safe.
You know why? Because he was trying to postpone. Because I'll tell you, because they were trying to stop. He was trying to stop short the last stage of the FDA trials because he thought it was a political win in order to have a vaccine. So he wanted it to be cut early. That's the reality.
One day Joe Biden took over, and all of a sudden the Democrats are like, "We got vaccines."
No, I mean, I literally told you what the actual thing is.
Hold on. I'm going back to Alabama. It says I was searching for like before COVID and during COVID. It said Alabama required immunizations for children attending public school or private school and daycares. State laws permitted medical exemptions signed by a physician and religious exemptions obtained through a county health department. This is like no different than the average state. Like this is pretty common.
How does it feel to get debunked by the host?
I wanted to ask
hold
you a
on,
question.
hold on. I'm not done yet. So it says there were very few high-profile state-level legislative battles to remove or loosen those rules, and Alabama did not require the Hep B vaccine for children, a requirement almost all other states enforced. So they were even a little more lax than most other states in this. In this instance. And then it says 2021, the fight escalated sharply in response to federal workplace mandates. Alabama passed in a law in 2021 to block government entities from requiring COVID-19 vaccinations or vaccine passports. And they I guess there was an executive order 724 in October 2021 to fight federal COVID-19 overreach. And so they've been like pretty. I think they sound like more loose than most vaccine requirements.
So you mentioned that it was the feds. Yeah,
Sarah,
Dr.
Dr. Greg meant Mississippi.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
It automatically changes.
Okay,
That's
thank you.
Fucking stupid.
Yeah, sorry. Different southern state right next to it.
Sorry, my bad.
It's
Yeah, because
Mississippi.
I was confused. I was going to ask.
Hell, they all look
Here,
like-
man.
Mississippi
Sorry.
and West Virginia
Because
are the
when I
only
was
two
doing
states that historically haven't allowed non-medical exemptions, and the Mississippi vaccination rate is like.
Okay.
Let me
My
ask you
bad.
something, Dr. Death.
Yeah, thank you. I knew. I genuinely. Okay, my mistake.
Let me ask you something, Dr. Death. Why does it always come to Democrat politics or Republican politics?
I don't know. Why did the Republican Party make this about ideology? I don't know.
This
I don't
isn't
know.
this is not about
It is.
politics, sir.
It is. Like because you can see vaccine hesitancy rate drop because of the Republicans specifically.
Politics.
They did. It has.
Dr. Darko, Mississippi ranks 51st.
See, now you were just debunked again, sir.
In what?
Do me a favor.
Also, the Amish.
There's only 50 states. What are you comparing it to?
For the Amish.
How are you 51st?
It includes
Where's
DC. This actually, and this is just off of cursory research, like I said, but it includes DC.
Okay, so look, there's a public health.
It's 51st in all the
Everything that you two are saying is being
territory.
debunked. Maybe you need to go to the McDonald's drive-through and get a real fucking job.
You mean it was really
they're so mad.
Massachusetts the whole time? Yes,
No,
it was really Massachusetts who ranks first the whole
There's the guy
time.
that's desecrating my flag.
Super
Piece of
Democrat.
shit.
You're so mad. I love it. It's so funny.
You can. I don't know what you're saying. It's Massachusetts, like Mississippi and West Virginia didn't
Massachusetts
allow
ranks first.
non-medical exemptions for like 3 decades, and that is only
Massachusetts
recently
ranks
changed.
first.
Okay. I'm not talking about ranking first. I'm saying, or sorry, the state that Dr. Greg was referring to was Mississippi, because it is one of 2 states that doesn't
Mississippi
allow
ranks
non-medical
51st.
exemptions.
Sir,
Okay, hold on.
Mississippi is
Send
on
me
the
that.
bottom.
Send me that.
Mississippi still ranked pretty high though.
Previously existing. But it's okay. But Dr. Greg's whole point was like that was the key factor he was saying was where were they prior to COVID? Why were they not fighting this prior to COVID? And even looking at Mississippi, it says Mississippi has been fighting against its mandatory childhood vaccination laws for over 4 decades, specifically since the 1979 Mississippi Supreme Court ruling in Brown v. Stone by striking down a previously existing religious exemption. This landmark case established one of the strictest compulsory vaccination frameworks in the country. But it says that they've been trying to fight against it since then. And that was 1979. So we've got 1979 is the turning point. Decades of legislative pushback, 1998 through 2020, throughout the modern anti-vaccination movement, state legislators rejected dozens of bills seeking to reestablish religious or personal belief exemptions. This consistent legal defense earned Mississippi some of the highest childhood vaccination rates in the nation, right? But they have continually tried to fight it. It's not like they only just now came up and said, "Oh, yeah, COVID, we don't like this." Like it's showing
It was a
they've
federal
been.
judge. They didn't
How
even
does
pass
it
the law.
feel to be debunked by the host again?
It wasn't
Dude,
debunked.
what are
She
you-
literally
How
just
does
said,
it
are you?
feel,
like,
dude?
held
Who
some
are
of the
you?
highest childhood vaccination rates for 3
Stop.
decades.
You missed the point, Darko. Dr. Greg sat here and said, why were they not fighting this until COVID? All of a sudden, COVID happened, and now they want to fight against the mandatory vaccinations, right? I'm debunking that piece, saying, yes, we acknowledge that in 1979, a Supreme Court removed their religious exemptions in 1979, okay? But they have since been fighting that, specifically 1998 through 2020. That's over 20 years worth of fighting up until the COVID thing happened. And now they're fighting even more in 2023 federal injunction. The fight over the 1979 mandate largely reached a resolution when a federal court ruled that Mississippi must accommodate sincerely held religious beliefs. So for 1979, they literally finally overruled it in 2023, allowing
After the
that. So
pandemic,
they-
yeah, because of that. I mean, the
not
point
because
stands.
of that.
The point
It's-
stands.
It's showing
It's not.
1998 through 2020. That's 22 years. It says all of these bills and stuff we're trying to go through. Consistent legal defense earned in Mississippi, so on and so forth. So it's not like they just COVID happened. They're like, hey guys, I think we should finally do something. They've been doing something about it. It was probably the COVID issue that really pushed the concept into okay, now this is a big problem.
It pushed it mainstream.
Yeah,
there
exactly.
you go. Thank you.
It was never a mainstream thing
Yes,
because all
that
the
was my
powers
point.
that be have always kept it under wraps, and that we've always quote unquote trusted our doctors. I trusted my doctor up until all this stuff, and I said, "Wait a minute." That opened my eyes, and it opened a ton of people's eyes to all of this.
Can I show the
Dude, you're wearing a cape and desecrating our flag. Shut the
Oh, you're so mad, dude. I love it. So mad.
Desecrate the flag.
Desecrate the flag.
First, placing it at the very
Okay,
bottom.
so the
of
citation is Wallet Hub.
Bro, I don't.
Is
Look,
Wallet
I told
Hub?
you it's a cursory search, but look at this. What is this?
No, it's an AI
Mississippi
thing.
State Health
No, it's an
Department.
AI thing.
Oh, look at that. Oh, Mississippi Health Department. Oh, damn.
Oh
But
shit.
isn't it? But it's dropping since there. So yeah, it makes sense that there would be. right?
Debunked. Yet
It's
again.
not.
We're not-
Look, this is like I said. It's a cursory search. The beautiful thing about Google is it uses Gemini, and a lot of times what it does is it just goes by basically the most prominent source on the internet. And yeah, Wallet Hub.
Thank you for
probably
explaining
got their
Google to me.
statistics from the Mississippi State Health Department. This is why on the top it's saying this came from this. So this is probably quoting something in here. That's the way AI works. Maybe you just don't understand how AI works.
Thank you.
Gemini's
Thank
doing
you.
that. I like the way Gemini works because essentially I don't have to worry as much. Now, if it's something that's really far fetched, I'll go into a deeper dive. That's that deep dive on
The
Google.
ranking
I
that you're
love
talking
that.
about is childhood vaccinations only for COVID and no other vaccines. If you
But
actually
that's what
click
we were
through to
talking
the
about,
source, and
That's
read
not
it-
what I asked it, dude. I said, what's the highest rate vaccinated state in the United States?
But it's using
And it
that.
said
Oh my
Massachusetts,
gosh.
And then I
Welcome to
said,
singularity
where does
data.
Alabama rank on that? And then it said 49th. And then I said, where does Mississippi rank on that? And then it said 51%. For
But he looked at the
51st.
source. But Darko looked at the source and he knows that that's what he's talking
Yeah,
about.
Wallet Hub. Yeah, okay, great. Well, Wallet Hub compiled with obviously other data. I mean, it literally had bro, you don't understand the way AI works.
Oh, I
nowadays.
don't. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thanks for elucidating
about
this.
how LLMs work than you do.
Yeah, thank you.
It's
Thank
silly.
you.
Yeah, no. Oh, tell me all about it. How does it go in there and search it and scrub the internet?
Oh,
Tell
sure.
me.
Are you
how does
familiar
it
with
go in
differential
there?
equations at all? Or like,
familiar
like
that this whole panel has debunked you and Dr.
Dude, what
Greg?
do you, go back on mute, bud.
Go
have
find the
debunked
actual
every one of
source,
your
and then
arguments.
whenever Gemini brings it up, it actually shows you the source. Oh yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah,
We have
so that's a
debunked
quote,
everything you
obviously,
said,
off of
and you have to try and click
Wallet
on the
Hub.
source.
So you might say Wallet Hub doesn't have the right sources, but if you go into the source,
What is
of
he
the
talking
source,
about?
Yeah, but you didn't do
the
that,
thing
right?
about sources, right? So what you're doing is you're going to argument from authority, argument of
No, that's not what
credulity.
that is.
Right?
Oh
yes,
my
that
God.
is. That's exactly
No,
what that is. You're
no,
saying
there's a
Wallet Hub
difference-
isn't good enough
there's
for
a
me,
difference
but I
between a
guarantee
fallacious
you that
appeal to
in Wallet
authority
Hub
and an
there's
appeal to
another
authority.
source.
Those
This
two
is why
different
when
things.
somebody else was saying something, oh, that's from house.gov on another fucking thing that I brought up.
Oh yeah, because
Oh
House
my
Republicans
God,
are fucking
I
insane.
can't
And you can
trust
trust
that.
anything on that
I'm going
website.
to your right-leaning
So
source,
true.
which is some other
Yeah.
institute.
Cringy
true.
leftists,
I'm not
less
right.
cringe
I'm not
and right.
right. I'm right-leaning. I'm not right. I'm not left. I'm
No, no, no,
centrist.
you're incorrect.
You think all of a sudden, because I don't agree with you, that I'm siding with you on a political spectrum. No, I'm telling you that you're wrong.
But he identifies as correct, so checkmate.
Oh,
Bingo.
you got me.
Got him.
Forgot.
Bingo. How does it feel to be debunked by the host and damn near 90%?
Are you okay, dude? Are you still
fucking panel
repeating the
with your
same thing
stupidity?
over and over and over again? You
Right,
should go
yeah.
on mute
Maybe you
again.
need to-
You should just go
maybe
back
you
on
need
mute.
to
Just go
rethink
re
your
what?
logic.
Re what? Okay, thank you. I'll consider all your points, and I will.
I hope
Thank you so
really
much.
do.
Thank you for being
How
here.
does it feel to not be able
Because
to debunk
somebody
us?
that
Needing
reads
someone
some
else to do it for you.
publications online and thinks that they know what they're talking about really doesn't.
Wow, you're right.
You're a fucking
Everything on the
So
internet
so
is a
again,
lie.
Dude,
so again, a
anybody
Republican
that-
state had the
that
highest
gets
vaccination
a
rate, and I'm
flag.
trying to emulate the politics of a
I wanna say
Republican
what you
state,
are.
and that
So
triggers you
angry.
so much that you don't understand that.
I don't think you understand your own true fucking logic,
Oh wow, dude, those are big words.
but my words are true and they're factual.
Oh
You
jeez,
were
man, you say them
debunked.
with so much conviction. It's
You
so
were
wow, it's incredible.
debunked.
No, we haven't.
what?
I
You
literally
do
was
that.
talking about the Republican states and these Republican
How
states
can-
that have
how can
like
you
the
have
the
any
personal and the
source-
political freedom
Hold
of
on, dude.
Republican states,
How
and
do you
I'm
have
telling you,
any
you can be as mad as you want, but I'm
allowed-
telling you, it's still correct. I'm sorry, I erroneously said the wrong Republican state. I apologize.
Here we
No,
go
you said
back to
two wrong ones
politics
because
again.
Dr. Darko
True
included
leftist
Mississippi.
mentality. It's all about the left and the right. Dude, science.
Okay, I'm looking at.
Fucking fake science,
Okay,
dude.
all right,
Hold-
okay,
hold
we get
on,
it. I'm a
hold
fake
on.
scientist. Okay.
Hold on. Can I? Maybe you can help me and ensure I can understand this. I think I understand this. Greater than one dose MMR vaccination coverage by age 24 months. That's like your standard,
That is standard
vaccinations.
across the board for any newborn. Yes.
Dr. Greg, do you agree with what I'm saying there?
Greater than or equal to 1.
Greater
I mean,
than one dose.
okay.
Right. MMR vaccination coverage by age 24 months
Okay.
among children, right? That's like your standard, what every child would typically get when they go to their pediatrician when they're newborn, and you get your series of vaccinations. Is that what that is?
Yeah, I mean, everyone. Yeah, that 2 doses
MMR.
is standard since 1992.
Okay. So on the legend, it shows the coverage, and obviously the lighter colors are 77% to 88% of coverage. And then the darker colors are the highest in terms of the darkest is 95% to 98% coverage. And the whole, like the bulk of the South, which would be more of the right-leaning states, are in the lighter coverage area. I see a little bit more up northeast, like you've got North Carolina, West Virginia, Maryland, Connecticut, Vermont, Maine. They're all heavier on the coverage. And then, of course, our West Coast, we got Washington, Oregon, and then Nevada. Now, California, I don't know if why they're so low on their percentage comparatively.
And again, to look at the sample size that you're dealing with less than 200 in each of these states.
I love that that's your only thing that you know. It's so cute. It's so cute.
That's not a
It's so
problem.
funny.
He's at
It's
school,
so
you
cute.
fucking ass, and you don't have an answer for
number.
it.
You have no
No.
idea, dude. That not every study needs to have the 100,000 people in it. Like, I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
The whole point of
Stay, man.
statistics is to not need
No.
tens of thousands of people in your sample.
Yes.
Without a placebo group. Okay.
I mean,
okay.
this
Yeah.
is,
They do.
Where do you see they don't have a
This is-
control group?
This is the CDC.
In my study that I brought up, Ant.
This is the CDC.gov and their coverage in terms of immunizations. I think the CDC, I would assume, would be pretty solid on their numbers here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm assuming they're pulling everything.
I would think so. I mean, I would assume.
Right.
Well, I mean, that was less than 200 per state there. That's not everything.
Where does that say?
When you hover over a state, just look on the bottom when you just hover over. See the sample size?
Sample size? Oh, okay. I see.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
What the fuck? That's not a sample. What the fuck?
Oh my gosh, you guys are so
weird.
funny.
Why would they
No,
say?
it's what you because this is statistical data. You have to report the sample size.
Right. I mean, that's wow. You're talking about literally millions of people in a population, and you test it.
that's
You
weird.
can take a simple random sample from that population. It doesn't have to be huge, and say something about it. I'm sorry they don't teach statistics in school. They should, so people could understand how this works.
Does the smaller the sample size increase the size of the variance?
Well, no, it depends on what sort of confidence interval you're shooting for. That's what's going to determine your sample size.
So the variance.
No, the confidence level.
With 200, I can say confidently that I don't really know, but with 10,000, I can much more confidently say I have an idea of what's going on. It's pretty easy to get it's pretty easy to get a
that isn't how confidence levels
that all have very specific conditions.
I mean, this is just like a poll when they do the pollsters and everything. You know, who are you actually polling? This is the same question. That's a survey. Who's choosing to be a part of that survey? Exactly.
It says estimates with confidence interval with greater than 20 may not be reliable.
Mm-hmm.
Confidence interval.
Wait. Estimates with confidence interval with.
Yeah.
What is that? Doesn't make sense.
Okay.
It means if it's plus or minus 20%, then it's not reliable, which makes sense.
And then this says abbreviations: confidence interval, 95% confidence intervals, FPL, federal poverty level. Okay, so 95% confidence intervals.
This is exactly why I encourage people to participate on the local level, because when you're talking about a sample size of 350 million people, and you take
okay, here it is. So 95% confidence interval. So Illinois, so 92% estimate on coverage, 95% confidence
So the 86.8 to 95.8 is the margin of error. It's the interval. So somewhere in there is the true mean that we're looking for?
Between 86 to 95.
Yeah, it's in somewhere in there.
I could rest my head on that. 88 to 97. What is California? 78 to 94. And that's probably because you're mountain people out there, Ben.
I mean, it's crazy that we pull more people for a poll than they do for our health.
And this is for
That's
this
what
is
I'm
for
wondering.
children.
Like, yeah, and like I would think the CDC would have way bigger, I don't know, like it's more solid data. Like I would expect to not just have a sample size. I would expect exact numbers almost.
Well, you know what? You know why that doesn't work, Sarah? Because people come out with a shotgun, say, "Get the fuck off my property."
Well,
That's
that's very expensive.
Well, you would look at the number of vaccines.
It's our health, bro.
You're
It
doing
should
it
be very expensive. I want to
Mm-hmm.
have good data when it comes to our health.
We can't run a census every year. That's just
I'm
unreasonable.
not asking for a census. I'm asking
Yes,
for
you
our health to
are.
be actually.
Why wouldn't you
Hold on, though.
vaccines?
It's your health care, right? The pediatrician, they enter the little medical assistants go and enter that information into a thing, and it puts it in like you were vaccinated today with this, and this, blah, blah, blah. If there's any reactions to it, that gets noted and updated later when you call back to your pediatrician, like my child's dying, and they're like, okay, child almost died after receiving this vaccination, blah, blah, blah. All side effects have to be reported, so on and so forth. Why is that information not being provided to us on the CDC?
Because it's private medical information, but a lot of that type, they
can put it as
I was going to say there is anonymized information that they can submit for studies.
Correct.
Yeah, and it's and that's the numerator, like how many people were vaccinated, but you still have to figure out like how many people like were born in that state like each year in order to like keep that data updated. Like, otherwise you can only update that data every 10 years.
We issued X amount of birth certificates this year. Go.
Right.
Come on, man.
Shouldn't be that hard.
Come on, man.
Birth certificates
and-
plus
Dr.
people who moved
Darko
and, like,
debunked again.
And also
Not
Dr.
debunking.
Darko, from the
Shut
back
up.
chat, from what you said to my article that I brought up, you don't go and get individual M, and R vaccines.
Yes.
It's the 3-in-1
Yes,
altogether. That is what's offered.
the individual vaccines were all licensed, and they were just doing a clinical trial on combining the three, which is why they had a shorter window.
That's
of
what's
testing.
offered. We don't have the option of going and getting M,
But you
or
did
R.
before that clinical trial, and
You're so
that's when they
full of
I don't
combined
give
that.
a shit about what happened in the before
Shut the
year.
fuck up, dude. You are so full of shit. Go save the
stand up,
Just
dog.
so mad.
Go stand
That's
up.
saying that's
Aw.
wrong.
Did your girl raise her OnlyFans subscription cost? Is that why you're so mad?
Your credibility.
You're the guy wearing a flag.
It is, isn't it? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh,
I
yeah.
didn't choose to do that. You chose to do that.
So bad, dude. So
It's like
bad. I
every
love
time
it.
you got here to this panel tonight. Unbelievable.
You're a basement fucking
Oh,
scientist.
okay. Wow.
No,
Oh my
basement.
god.
Hold on. Stop. I fucking forgot the dono goal existed yet again. All right, you are currently sitting at 1 out of 10 on the dono goal appropriately. I could be nice and add these few 5s up together if I feel like being nice, but I don't know how nice I feel like being. But in the meantime, you got to grift. You got to grift because I'm not done yet, and I don't think anybody else is either. We're having way too much fun with this. Ant, tell these fuckers what to do in the chat. They got 3 minutes. Go.
Hey, listen, I'll make a deal with you since my wife's still up. If we meet the dono goal, I'll go pester her and let me use her setup so I can cam up for the first time.
Wow.
Oh, dude.
Exciting.
Somebody better fucking make that goal. For the win. Tell them what to do.
Help us out. We want to keep the stream going. I think we're entertaining all of you guys tonight here, and we've had a great discussion, great topic tonight with everything, Sarah. So, again, guys, we got to hit that goal. How many do we need, Sarah? By the way, I heard you all put the 5s together.
Nine. I might, out of desperation, maybe if I feel like being nice, put the 5s together. But I don't know how nice I'm feeling since I've had to pull teeth tonight to get them to hit the dono goal. So 9 out of 10 is what you need.
Can we make that 8 out of 10 because Simon booted me for like just telling him to shut the fuck up? Can we make that an 8?
That included in the last dono goal, so I can't double dip it.
Double dip it. Come on, man. Okay. Moving along. Thank you.
All right, fair enough. All right, Darko, you've barely said much tonight. You were like, I'm coming in hot. I'm coming over here. I'm going to fuck shit up. But I want to be able to give you the space so you can try to fuck shit up. Tell them what to do.
Oh, yeah, you gotta donate. Come on. Don't you guys love the free statistics lessons that you're getting? Like we're doing all this medical science for you for free. Like you have to pay to go to college, and we're just out here educating all of these panelists for free. And yeah, Sarah's here to benefit from it. So like, let's fucking
That's
go.
right. That's right. And I'm a little more involved tonight than I have been. Lone Wolf, how do you feel about your husband camming up for the first time?
Oh, I'm the one that came up with that. But also, if it's okay with you, I'm going to mention that I'm working on something special for the people. And I need to see some extra effort here tonight because I have a surprise for the chat that I've been talking to Sarah about that I'm going to try to have done by my birthday next month.
Ooh.
And so if we can get this, support Sarah up a little bit, maybe get some more people, or maybe, get some more patrons or something going on, that would be great. Get me motivated to get the surprise done before my birthday next month. That would be great.
Hell yeah. Send money. Clay's going goth. Oh, shit.
Oh my God. Bro. You didn't donate already? I want to see Ant. I'm trying to see Ant, and you guys need to donate. This is gonna happen, guys. Do it.
Do it, homie.
Donate.
And where's your bunny ears? I want bunny ears. Tell those to fuck off bunny ears. Spin might be taking a shit. Spin, you taking a shit? He's taking a shit. Poor Spin. All right, Dr. Greg, earlier you said, yeah, maybe I'll stay for 30 more minutes.
I know.
But it's been well longer than that.
I know.
Are you done yet?
I know, I am. I got to go grift myself. Dude, Sarah, you're an incredible host. It is really cool, like, seeing you in action. I appreciate, thank you for having me. So, yeah, it's been really fun. I appreciate you.
Oh, absolutely. Are you heading out, Dr. Greg?
Yeah, I gotta grift myself. I gotta go do the whole thing. I gotta yell at my chat more. You're realizing I need to whip my chat into shape and make them pay.
Yes, tell them what to do. You're not free.
Yeah.
Don't be a cheap date.
Yeah.
Be a cheap date. I'm not a cheap date.
I'm
That's for
not.
a fucking fact. Because Alexander sent the big 50. It says, someone meet me halfway. It's been a while since we've seen Alexander in the chat. Welcome back, my friend. Dr. Greg, thank you so much for a wonderful night. It's been swell getting you back over here.
Yeah.
I foresee in the future, very soon future, a lot of people wanting to debate you on some of these vaccine concepts. So
Okay.
I'm sure I'll be reaching out to you on behalf of that.
Come on back.
I am cursed to be like talking about this for the rest of my science communication life. I think yeah, guys. I mean, I think that there are a lot of awesome technologies and like improvements that we are having in science. I think that, but it's genuinely good to have look back at the pandemic in order to better understand what we did, but how we can do better. And the conclusion should be that we did poorly looking out, after one another from the deaths per capita, and we should figure out how to better prepare for the next pandemic because it's going to happen eventually, right? So we need to figure out how we can have better tools, better monitoring, better patriotism to look out after one another. So thank you guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much,
your song,
Dr.
sir.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
no, you guys should Spin. You got to be happy because he came here to give you someone to hate for the rest of the day.
There you go.
So
I try.
be appreciative.
And get yourself an
still love our
Americape.
guests.
Get yourself an Americape so you can be a patriotic American like I am. All right, but you're not a patriot, I guess. I don't know. All right. See you guys. It's been fun. Bye.
Goodbye, Dr. Greg. Have a wonderful.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ. All right. Oh my God, guys. It's so funny. I'm so embarrassed about misquoting Alabama. Oh, that's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. I knew because it was like in a thing, and I thought it was like West Virginia and another southern state, and I erroneously thought it was Alabama, and I haven't looked that up since like seeing that and reading that, so that is embarrassing. It's like so frustrating to get something factually incorrect, though. One thing. You know, guys, I'm going to go to TikTok, okay? Let's do... Yeah, I agree, Michelle. Let's go to TikTok, guys. I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys at TikTok, okay?